fights again. Faith, and you're in the middle. Babe, your heart is a rhythm. I'm changing pace to every sound again. 'Cause I'm holding on, and I can't let go. Yeah, we're holding on, but the times are changing. When it took so long just for me to see, I know. Still I'm holding on, but the times are changing. And say, you know how you treat me so good. Are we chasing? Paralyzed, you hurt me, you hurt me. You said it's complicated, so complicated. But we complicate it, don't we? Why can't I concentrate? It can be easy if we want, if we want. Babe, your heart is a riddle, my riddle. I'm changing pace to every sound again, to every sound again. 'Cause I'm holding on, and I can't let go. Yeah, we're holding on, but the times are changing. When it took so long just for me to see, I know. Still I'm holding on, but the times are changing. Hey, I beg you, make me better. Can't be less up. I got no answer. Change, fights again.
Was higher than the ceiling, up there in the clouds. Felt like I was dreaming, never waking up. Thought that I was the greatest, scared of being nameless. I was just flying too close to the sun. I was higher than the ceiling, up there in the clouds. Felt like I was dreaming, never waking up. Thought that I was the greatest, scared of being nameless. I was just flying too close to the sun. for dear life. Yeah, I can't give up this feeling that I get when looking down from this high. When I'm with you, when I'm with you, 'cause those hands and lights can't stop me. I'll just hold on for dear life. Yeah, I can't give up this feeling that I get when looking down from this high. Someone to hold. You still gotta think about me. Take you all night for the rest of your life. But until you change your mind, you put me on airplane mode. You still gotta think about me. 'Cause those hands and lights can't stop me. I'll just hold on for dear life. Yeah, I can't give up this feeling that I get when looking down from this high.
Hello? 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 Anyone here? Sorry, I'm still eating. I got distracted by reading contracts. I was busy reading contracts. What am I eating? Some spaghetti and meat sauce. Wow, I should say pasta and meat sauce. Pretty good. Wait, what did you say, Pink? Should you enable the timer right away? We're gonna stall a little bit before. I'll probably stall a little bit while I eat the food at least. Ugh. How's everyone's Wednesday? You ordered your first mic? Let's go, Tommy. Hi, Chris. Hello, hello, Chris. You're playing WoW with the new Mythic Plus dungeons? Where is my fucking avatar? Ooh. Can you work? No, it's just broken. Yeah, I haven't touched WoW yet. I'll probably do it after stream for a little bit, maybe. Have your first plus 15 deplete as well? Damn. Because the shaman didn't really want to play mechanics. Yeah, that happens. Where's my fucking hello VTuber? Okay, let's fucking try restarting it. Yeah, that's why you play with pre-mades. That's why you play with people with actual arms. I also have to be PG-13 today. I have to be brand safe. Woken up an hour ago, did dailies in one game, had lunch after. When are you gonna get a new VTuber outfit? Good question. Whenever I feel like going through the effort of making a VRM of a new one. There you go. Oh, it works. No, we did this working. But yeah, today we will be learning things with Skillshare. Hashtag sponsor. Hashtag ad. Hashtag I'm getting money. Hashtag don't hurt me. No more, no more. You can get a month free of huge content. Learning how to manage your time, how to do UIs and stuff. Honestly, I'm kind of interested in the UI UX stuff. VR chat collab with Nog. I hate that guy. I would never do a collab with him. I hate him. I don't know. Whenever we're both like online at the same time, I guess. Last time was on a Friday when I was drinking. Call out with True Swede. Hating is not very good for 13-year-olds. Happy? What the fuck, Chris? Oh, sorry. I mean, what the frick, Chris? Hi, Google. Good morning. Hi. I can't swear, man. Oh, I have to be safe and sound. Good morning, Maple Yuda-chan, as well. How are you two doing? And hi, Flashy. What do I need to talk about? Talking Punch. Share why you decided to try Skillshare. I love Skillshare because it's such a good website to learn new things, and there's like a lot of videos and stuff that you can watch with like really good information. Breathing. You think Buddy got you sick so he took off from work? Honestly, so far I feel completely fine. Hi, Ozzy. I suck at this. Listen, man. What are we learning today? Honestly, I got no clue. I thought we as the streaming community could band together and decide what we're gonna learn today. You got COVID, so you're also breathing? Almost? What the frick? How did you get COVID? How did you get COVID, Google us? Your brother picked it up from school? Damn. See, this is why I don't talk with my family or hang out with them. Because then I can't get any sicknesses from them. Just be an introvert. That's pretty true. It's hard to avoid him when he comes into your room to check what you're doing all the time. Ah. Put a lock on your door. Lock your door? Google ask. You would love to. Why don't you? Put a lock on there. You know how to do it on this kind of door? What kind of door do you have? You have like a sliding door? Just drill a hole in it. Put like a metal bracket on there. And then drill a hole in the wall. And then attach it like the chain thing. And like put a chain thing. And then you can't open the door. Your mom would love that? Okay. Use fucking tape then. There's like double-sided tape you can use. That's pretty strong. Just tape it. We use like super glue. I don't know, there's like other ways to attach it to the wall as well. Good morning, Cry. Meow meow. I'm trying not to make too much noise eating this food. So I'm eating it really slow. Don't Skillshare show how to DIY logs? Let me check for you. Let me check. That sounds interesting. What would you learn today? Lock. Alpha lock clipping mask. Procreate. Understanding alpha lock. LED lock. Real estate and mortgage lead generation on Facebook. Learn to create face recognition door lock with Raspberry Pi. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. With a Raspberry Pi? That sounds like something Google could use. Some face recognition, bro. You love Raspberry Pi? Okay, but it's not that kind of Raspberry Pi. Your wife's boyfriend recommended Skillshare while they were going on dates, so you have something to do. What? Your wife's boyfriend recommended... Huh. I see. You know that... Hey, whatever floats your boat. Okay. This is how to create locks though. Add customizable captions to your videos. No way. Adobe Photoshop up to speed. Empathy-based copywriting, crafting content that engages deeper. Don't fear code or zombies. More HTML and CSS for writers. Pretty cool. Make a closed terrarium. You love captions? Is it because you can't keep up with the dialogue? Digital anime coloring and shading masterclass. No way. I love that one. How to draw kawaii stickers. Honestly, they do be kind of kawaii. Kawaii dessert. Perfectly adorable. Learn to draw a cute cat composition in Procreate. That's for you, Amy. That's for you. This is for you. That's for you. That's for you. Crazy cat lady. That's our crazy cat lady. Feels PogChamp, man. I'm pretty sure I have to do this as well. I need to add a... How do you guys want to do this? Do you want to full screen it? Or do you want to have it like this? I do have to add hashtag ad though. Hashtag ad. Something mobile users can't see it otherwise. Can't see anything like this. Depends how the learning part looks. Good question. Let me make an outline. Alright. There's no need for hashtag ad in OBS. Are you sure about that? It sounded like they wanted it. There was more information in the hashtag contract then. Oh. Such disclosure must appear where content is promoted and where the content is actually viewed. Must appear above the full. Example on mobile devices where the truncated versions of content appear. The disclosure must appear within the first 2 lines of visible content. Does that just mean the title? Bum, bum, bum. It'll be fine. We'll be fine. All right, let's see how the. I'm pretty sure I need to hold on. First of all, let's pause this. Secondly, I'm pretty sure I need to have the audio be audible in. Yeah, two cats. Hi. Hello. Oh, it's me.
We'll start from scratch and we'll be using simple techniques throughout the process. Everything you'll see will be happening in Procreate. However, if you have other software or want to try traditional materials, you are welcome to join. If you are ready to start, let's jump right into it.
It do be cats. All right.
Let's start our.
I could pull out my tablet and do it along in like Photoshop. Actually, I have Syrite. Anyway,
class by
this is how it's gonna look full screened. Let's decide on an actual course though. This one seems pretty poggers. Oh, we have a lot more that we can like pull out something else. It's the brand safe stream. Brand safe. I digress. I'm interested in UI UX. UI UX is really interesting to me. But it's like super weird for like people not actually involved in it. Figma? That's a program? What is Figma? Adobe XD. Adobe XD, cool. Only 10 minutes as well. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All classes. Graphic design. What would like 3D art be under? Gotta search for 3D. Okay, your first day in Blender. Okay. Deep dive into modeling. 3D illustration. Creating isometric designs in Illustrator. Blender. Into animation, Blender for beginners. Create a procedural hand-drawn texture and reveal animation. That's pretty good. Cinema 4D. Blood? Why did I just search for blood? I meant Blender. Alright, my bad. Bring your illustrations to life with Blender 3D. Oh. Model and animate 3D logo. Printable jewelry design. Model a gummy bear. Create a 3D vaporwave animation. Abstract art with ooh, I want to know about geometry nodes actually. 30 minutes. That's fine. Master lighting. Ooh. 1 hour. Okay, this one's good as well. Are there any courses on editing? Oh, there's so many courses on editing. If you want to up your game with editing, film, and video, Skillshare is your place to go. Here you can learn about professional techniques from professional people. What about courses on doing a sponsor? Come on, man. Don't be like that. Yeah, there should be editing tutorials. Learn After Effects for beginners. DaVinci. Is that how we spell it? DaVinci Resolve. Video editing workflow. 2 hours, 1 hour. Create your own motion graphics. Yeah, there's a bunch. And you can use the code, or well, the link. If you use the link, you will get a month for free. Bang! What? No way. For free? A whole month? That's what I'm saying. And hi Pinocchio. Hi Snuffle. A whole month for free. You get all these courses that you can sit every day, put one on for an hour, and you learn so much new stuff. Hold on. I can't see. Legally blind. I took off my glasses because they're dirty. Okay. Let's see here. DaVinci Resolve, Fusion. What Skillshares have I used so far? Well, I'm glad you asked. So far, I've been holding myself up from using this wonderful website so we could use it together and get a crazy experience. But I've heard a lot of good things about it, and I'm really excited to try it out with you guys to see what it's all about. Really? Yeah, come on. Guys, be more excited. Guys, don't be so like down. Exciting? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can learn about geometry. Actually, I'm really curious about your geometry nodes. Like, unironically, I want to learn geometry nodes.
Have you ever want to start creating 3D design or create 3D art, but
Yes.
don't know how to
Exactly
start?
what I've been wanting to do. Yes, this is... Was that a rabbit? No way! It's a rabbit! It's attacking the mouse then! No way! That's cute. Yeah, that's pretty cute. Yeah, that's cute. Alright, hold on. Let me fix this. So what I'm thinking we do... We have this. And then this is full screen. But then... Whoa! Gimbo!
Disabled, Marjot. Why you are sorting me?
Yeah, ain't nothing new there.
Gomg, I love Happy so much, so pog less than 3.
We have such real brand safe alerts. I love it. Thank you for the 19 home runs, Jimbo. I really appreciate that. Okay. And then over here, I had another browser. Would be Blender. Go. Wait, why did I add a browser source? Sorry, it's not a browser source. It's a window capture. Professional streamer, by the way. Oh. Well, I guess it captured Blender. And then I can have like this one down here. And we got like the double view. Probably just do a little bit more like that. Let's see, full screen this.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Salazar. I am a freelance graphic designer and 3D artist based in Lima, Peru. I continually explore and experiment with different software, but one that has caught my attention lately is Blender.
Blender's pretty fucking
is an
cool.
amazing free 3D program
I mean, freaking cool. Freaking cool. I heckin' love Blender.
That can help you to develop any project you have in mind, even if you don't have 3D knowledge yet. So in this class, I want to show you my process of how I easily create these art renderings. We will work on the technique. You'll learn how to work with the camera, how to light the 3D scene, and how to add a background. Then I show you how to use geometry nodes and apply it in an artistic way. I show you how to create materials, texture, and finally, how to set up Blender for rendering. The
Okay, that's
lessons
pretty good.
are easy to follow. You will
Yeah,
only
it's a
need to want
PSP.
to
Let's
show off
go.
your artistic side, and of course have Blender installed. With 3D skills, you can open your way to new opportunities. You can
Because the
translate it into different digital designs,
Okay.
and maybe create your own NFT.
NFTs? No way. I love
This class
NFTs.
is perfect for beginners and for everyone to dive into the artistic world. Perhaps creating a render might seem difficult if you don't have any 3D knowledge yet, but with my process I will show you that it's a pretty simple. Create artwork, enhance your skill, your ability, and
Rabbit.
your creativity
Let's
as an
go.
artist with Blender.
I love Rabbit. Rabbit best part. Clash project. Okay.
Create your own artistic abstract render with Blender. To start the class, you can go to this link and download Blender for free.
Should we skip a little bit?
Skills and knowledge you will learn
Because
through
we only
the
got
following
that
lesson will
going.
be a foundation that will allow you to apply, experiment, and create artistic 3D rendering.
Camera
in
lighting
your
and
way.
background.
You can-
I think geometry nodes. I think we start here. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'm talking
This
about.
class is very important because we will learn how to use the technique with geometry nodes. Geometry node is a tool introduced in Blender in version 2.9.2. This was
Okay.
at the beginning of 2021, and it is great because it allows you to transform, join, modify, and merge geometries inside a modifier. This can be used to modify parameter shape object with numeric shapes. It is therefore a modifier, but unlike other basic Blender modifier, it can be customized by combining nodes. It also allows multiply operation which can be combined within a group. So now we will start to
Within a rope?
procedurally create our object in the 3D scene. Using this node
Ooh,
description
I see what we
Blender
kind of missed.
technique.
Maybe we actually...
We will start with an icosahedron.
Okay, hold on. I think we might have to set up our scene for rendering. Camera lighting and background.
These dimensions.
We might have to do this.
Blender by default
Camera.
has a camera in the scene. To place us the camera view and move it, we can use this camera view icon. Let's start by
move it
reviewing
there.
object data properties to see
And
what
then
option we have
cube.
to position the camera in the scene.
And then a light.
Let's go directly to lens. Here there are some interesting focus options.
Make
There are
a
3 types of view.
point light.
The first one is perspective. The orthographic one, which is an isometric view, and the last one, panoramic. Panoramic only
How's she
works
getting this
inside
view?
cycles, which is one of Blender render engines. Let's leave it in perspective for the project. Here there are focal point options. These define how deep the camera is. As we zoom in, we see the zoom. Let's
How's
leave
she in
it
this
at
view?
15 millimeters.
You know, maybe I should have watched.
In the case of our rendering, we will use to illuminate the scene only with HDRI. This HDRI will allow you to get more natural lighting. It is a 360-degree high-resolution photo that will cover the whole scene with shadows and lights information.
Oh,
To
wait, you
do
can get
this,
HDRIs
go
in
to World
Blender?
Properties. This option will define the environment in which the scene is located. We use the color and environment texture option and then find the folder where you save the HDRI.
Okay, hold on. I think I have HDRIs. HDRI. Heck. What did I name them? Cube map? No, that's not. I think we'll have to go to Polyhaven. Let me go to Polyhaven and download this real quick. Polyhaven. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. HDRIs. Let's get ourselves a nice Burnt warehouse. I love burnt warehouses. Okay. Now, in here we open downloads. Why are we watching this? I'm not gonna make us take a test. No, I'm not gonna make you guys take a test. This is all learning opportunity. And you can also learn all you want for a month. If you use my code, !Skillshare, you can get the code right there. You get a month free. And you can learn all information you ever want. Well, maybe not all, but a lot. You can learn a lot. A lot. Okay. You get why I need to learn Blender. You can't finish a model for over a decade, but let's draw cute cats in Photoshop. You'd rather do the cats? Really? We even started this one. No way. I mean, we can go do cute cats if you want. That's okay as well.
Website I recommend to look for
Real
HDRI
cute cats? No
It
way.
is free and you can download
Let's finish this one.
in different resolution
I don't think this one's
according
too
to
long. I
your
think it was like half an hour.
I will use this one. I will leave
The
it
drawing
in
one
the
is like
project and
an
resources
hour long.
section in case you want to use it. Then we look for where you have saved the HDRI. In this tab, we can
what?
see an approximation of the rendering.
Huh.
And you will see the HDRI in all the environments.
Whoa.
To work better and not to confuse us with the image, we can make it invisible to the
Do we learn
3D
how to draw
viewer.
pink
To
from...
do this, we go to the Render Properties tab. And in Film, we activate Transparent.
I feel like I should remove fucking
This will be
freaking
disactivate
chat
the
from
HDRI view,
the video.
only the viewer but not the objects. Finally, for light and shadow effects, we change the HDRI configuration to Smart.
Yeah.
The HDRI is ready. We move on.
I missed
to place
everything
the
now,
background.
man.
In Film, we activate Transparent.
Wait,
To
what?
work better and not to confuse us with the image, we can make it invisible to the 3D viewer. To do this, we go to the Render Properties tab. And in Film, we activate Transparent.
Hey, this looks really weird.
This will be disactivate the HDRI view, only the viewer but not the objects. Finally, for light and shadow
really
effects,
dislike how...
we change the HDRI configuration to Smart.
Wait, what? Smart?
The HDRI is ready. We move on to right view.
Oh, to smart. Okay.
The HDRI is ready. We move on to
Nothing
place
bad so
the
far, but when
background.
Sully arrives,
We
it might be an
use a
issue.
plane.
Damn.
Click Add and Plane. We place it in the back.
In the back.
Use the S key to scale it. That's it. Now, it's your turn to test what we have advanced. Add the dimension for your class project, add a camera, look in Polyhaven for the HDRI that you like, or use mine. You can find it in Project Resources section and add a background. See you in the next lesson. We will see how to work with geometry nodes.
Epic D. Okay, I don't know how this looks though. I forgot how to get the camera view. Oh, right there.
This class is very important because we will learn how to use the technique with geometry nodes. Geometry node is a tool introduced in Blender in version 2.9.2. This was at the beginning of 2021 and it is great because it allows you to transform, join, modify and merge geometries inside a modifier. This can be used to modify parameter shape object with numeric shapes. It is for a modifier, but unlike other basic Blender modifier, it can be customized by combining nodes. It also allows multiply operation which can be combined within a group. So now we will start to procedurally create our object in the 3D scene using this node destruction Blender technique.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Let's start with an icosahedron. We
Okay.
remove the cube and go to Add, Met, and Icosphere.
Okay.
In the tab below, we will change from 2 to 1 subdivision. This will be the base of our element. The next thing is to create an instance. Geometry node, besides storing actual data as geometry, can store instances, which in turn can reference more geometry to an object or a collection. But what is the purpose of instances?
Okay. What is the purpose?
Of instances is to allow more geometry to be included without duplicating actual data. And the main node used to create instances is the instance node in point.
I think that makes sense.
In the scene, we will duplicate the icosahedron to make the instance and M to create a new collection. If you feel that you are a little bit lost in the interface and navigation, please, I invite you to watch my first Blender class. There you will learn a little bit about how to start with Blender. Okay, we will make two collections, one for each icosphere.
Wait, we're making one for each?
Now, it is very important to always keep with names the elements and collection to work faster and avoid confusion. We will call this instance. Based on it, we will create fractals, which is a simple yet complex way to create repeating pattern. If you want to know a little more about this geometry code, I leave some links at the beginning of the class description.
Thank you for the glasses.
It is also important that you have the node wrangler option enabled in preference. This add-on gives you several tools that help you work with nodes quickly and efficiently. To activate it, go to Preference, then to Add Add-ons tab, select Node, and Node Wrangler to enable the script.
Okay, I got that, okay.
Okay, now we will turn off the tab to only view a collection and start creating. Let's go to the Geometry Nodes tab. New, these two boxes will appear that will allow you to add input information to perform operation and combination of nodes to obtain a final result that will result in an output. Press Shift plus A and add point instance. The point instance node instance an element for each of the point present in the input geometry.
Wait, what?
In object, we will
wait, hold on. Wow, relax. Wait.
Plus A and add point instance.
What? I don't have that. What? What the? Instances 2 point? Maybe?
The point instance node instance an element for each of the point present.
Oh, using the right version of Blender? I don't think she specified which version of Blender we're supposed to use.
The next thing we will do is add the point scale.
Heck. Hold on. That's not the right point. Point instance. Instances on points. Instance on points, geometry to instance. Right? No. Point. Mesh 2 points. Fuck. Frick. I mean, sorry. Oh. Thank you. Instance. Instance translate geometry to instance. That's that one. Oh my lord. So how do we do this? Let me Google S this real quick. Oh my god, what's happening? Sorry. Can't find point. Okay, instance on points, object info, and a grid. Ah. So, what was it? Instance on points. Instance on points. Bang, bang. Then, group input. Have a object info be the icosphere. Where did the icosphere? Wait, where's the other one? Okay. Where the heck? Where did my new one go? What? My geometry node. Ah. Oh. What? Point instances on bang. Check the info. And then ends. No, we set the geometry to that. Hey, there we go. I don't think we need this. Oh, we definitely need that. I guess that's why it broke. Alright.
That will help us change the attribute of each point in the geometry by a specific amount and determine the size of each instantiate, object, or collection. Again, Shift plus A and select point scale. We will change the scale to 4. You can vary it and play with it and see its result later. Now, we will merge the separate geometries into one through join geometry. Shift plus I and join geometry.
Join geometry. Oh, we have this one.
Then we will tell the entrance to join the geometry. Now we must control the scale of the iteration. To do this, Shift plus I and vector and combine X, Y, Z.
Vector. Wait,
and
what?
with the math node,
oh no, combine.
which is the
Combine
mathematical node that performs mathematical operation. Shift plus I.
Okay, hold on.
Math, we will use the power function as the input value, which is the abilities and math. We will use the power function as the input value, which is the base reset of the power of exponent.
Okay. You guys want music in the background, by the way?
And the exponent will be added to the input. And then we will connect it with X, Y, Z as an output. And connect it with the point scale. In the properties, modify properties geometry node section, we can modify the base dimension.
Yeah.
With this, we finish the node configuration. This is the basis for the geometry node configuration. And in the next lesson, based on our configuration, we will see how to create a unmanus and a catching element.
Wait, what? How did you get that?
Modify the base.
Oh, it's right here. And then we can freak with these ones. I don't know why they're like tilted, but maybe not during the video. I mean, that's what I meant. I don't know. Why are they tilted? Ah, whatever. It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad. Make it look a little bit neat. Alright.
You're not the one I miss. Hey, how do I make everything go away? Why you just
Now, it's
Amazing.
time to play around with the settings and attributes and create art. The first thing we will do is duplicate it. Then we will play with the base, which will be the scale, and the exponent that will be the number of repetition of the process. You
I don't know
can
what
see
you're
how
getting, but
it
I'm not
changed
getting the
as
same
I
result.
modify its value of the process. Exponent that will, which will be the scale, and the exponent that will be the number of repetition of the.
What are we making, by the way? We're making some something. Why am I not getting the same results as her? Because of this thing? No, I don't think that's it. Because they're both doing the same thing. Heck. Oh, is that why? Point scale? Shift A. Point scale. Scale. Scale element scale instance. Would it be something like this? Or would it go into factor? It'd go into geometry actually. Would be instance. What the frick is the bot doing? I don't know. Instance index. Scale. Socket value has not been computed yet. So what if I do this to center? And this scale? No, why is it red? Why is it angry with me? This is changing nothing. Okay. That changes. Why is this changing nothing? Okay, well that doesn't work. What okay. Vector mass scale element. Would it be a scale element? Center selection scale geometry. Maybe. They're both controlling the same thing though, which I mean makes sense. But why is it not controlling it the same way? How is that working actually?
Process. You can see how it changed as I modify its value.
Yeah. But I'm not getting that.
The next thing will be to add a structure modifier
This
that
is
will
point
make our
scale, man.
element looks better.
Hold on. I gotta figure out the point scale thing. Oh shit, I just fucked up. This thing. Da, 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 da. Would it be a grid maybe? Probably not. Blender. Geometry nodes, what is replacing the point instance node? Dun, dun, dun. So was it point scale, right? Blender point scale on. Meow. Instance on point, scale the instances. Bum, 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 ba-da. For the point instance node, use object info node to sample the cube. Yeah, then plug that into scale elements node to control the overall scale. Finally, plug that into the instance of instance. The instance of okay, this guy can't write. Alright, hold on. What are we doing? Plug that into instance on point. Use a scale elements. Scale elements. Use the grid as the points on instance. Wait, wait. Hold on. Oh, that's not gonna work. That's fine. It's taking each vertice. But it's still doing the same thing, isn't it? Is it not? Wait, why is this broke? Ah. Whoa. Whoa. Ugh. Honestly, I had pseudo bread. Okay, but huh? Instance index? Oops. Nope. Rotation. Lost a tutorial. Quiet. Quiet. Oh, it's because it's not freaking on. They're both doing the same thing. Can we still keep going?
So we add a new modifier. In this case, it will be wireframe. You can play with the thickness of the structure and vary the values until you find the one that works best for you.
Oh my god. Hold on, what?
You can
How did they
play
get?
with the thickness
How did they get?
that will make our element vary. In this case, it will be wireframe. It will be wireframe.
Whoa. Oh. How did they? Oh. Whoa. Go. Whoa. How did they? Boundary? Replace for original. Why is it only doing that one? Maybe if I add it now? No? Why is it not doing the other ones? Relative. Boundary. What? I am big confusion. Output attributes internal. What happens if we just But why isn't the rest wireframed?
Don't call me when I'm gone. Heart's burning like the sun. Oh, look what I've become. What we done? I remember how it was. Day drinking just because
It's only the middle one that's getting replaced.
we were dumb. Sometimes when I'm thinking back, wondering why we were more than friends and now I won't let it go. I will keep you on my mind evermore. I won't let you go. Keep me on it.
Wait, what? Isn't there like a repeat or something? No. I mean, I see where they're going with it, but why is my wireframe acting differently to theirs?
That will make our element looks better. So we add a new modifier. In this case, it will be
Wireframe. Man, what a fucked up day. I mean, what a fricked up day.
With the values that I have used, I leave them. You
What a
can
fricked
adjust
up day.
different values and create new elements. Now it's time to play.
Well, it didn't work out, did it? Did they mention anything about... discussion? Oh yeah, here you go. Okay. Oh, heck, yeah, that looks cool. How we do that? Here's my geometry node setup. Okay. He doesn't even use the scale one? Put that into elements. Bang. Wait, what does that say? Replace instances. Realize instances. Surely that's that, right? Nope. That was that. Oh heck, what did I do now? How did I break it even more? Yeah, no, it's realize instances. Realize instances goes directly from this one to that one. And then that should be it, right? Okay. Then 0.7. 14. Go. 9 minus 0.005. I don't know. I don't think. I mean, it's better than it was. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. 0.4 and then 0.04. You can do like fractals and stuff. Okay. Yeah, that was the point of it. It's like you're making a fractal, right? Some sort of fractal. What happens if we... Ah, I see. I see what's happening. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. All right, that was that tutorial for you all then. Good. Thank you, Isaac, for helping. Alright, well. Master lighting? No. User experience design, Adobe XD UI. You guys just want me to draw a cat, don't you? Adding base colors. Adding shadows and highlights. Alright, what do you guys what you guys want to do now? We got a lot of things we can do. We got a whole lot of things we can do. Create. Oh, is that in Spanish? Your first geometry node project. We can make a raspberry.
Welcome to the class. My name
How's
is
that cute animation?
I'm a freelance 3D artist. I've been using
In Blender 3.0,
for 5
okay.
years. For about this time, been doing some client work, some personal work, and also I have a YouTube channel on YouTube where I make tutorials and something in between. This class will teach you how to create a Raspberry in Blender 3.0 using geometry nodes. So without further ado, let's start. So before we actually start creating anything, we should understand what are fields. Fields are basically just a bunch of values on an object. So for example, if I delete this cube with an X and I Shift A, add a plane here, I have a plane which has a tab into edit mode, which has 4 vertices. Now, vertex is just a point on a mesh.
I feel like this tutorial is a lot better.
To create different forms, right? So if you move, for example, those vertices up, then they are moved up and the mesh is tilted. Now, these vertices have different numbers assigned to them, so they have different data. For example, this vertex here, if you go to the top view here, this vertex here has a position of 1 on the x-axis, 1 on the x, the red one here, and 1 on the y-axis. So this vertex here has those numbers for its position, and also
he writes about as good as I do. Let's go.
Height of 0 on the z-axis, right? It's not moved up or down. This vertex here has the position data of 1 for the x, 1 for the y, and 0 for the z, right? If you would move this up by 1, so I'm going to press G, Z, and 1, this now has the location data of 1, 1, 1. This is one type of data this point could have. This could also have some other properties. For example, we might create a vertex group on this plane. So I'm going to go to the vertex group, object data.
Am I supposed to like do the same thing as you?
Only 1 point, and I'm going to assign this vertex group, do this.
I don't think we are supposed to follow him. He's just explaining.
So to do this, I'm going to click assign.
Explaining magic.
Another
math magic.
block of data, which is a vertex group, and this has, and it is part of the vertex group, so it has the value of 1. 1 means true, 0 means false. And for all of those other vertices, this is of course 0 because they are not part of this vertex group. What kind of other data could we have for these points? Well, we could have an index. What is an index? An index is just a number of a vertex. So
we need to know this though.
This one here has 2, this one here has 3, and this one here has 4. We can do different things with using those numbers. So let me show you an example. I'm going to open up a new side panel here. I'm going to go to geometry node editor and add a new node tree. Now this is for an example purpose, so I'm not going to name this. And now we have the input and the output, right? So if you want to do something with our object, we have to do this on the way of these mesh data flowing from this node to this node. Let's say we want to delete the vertex that is part of our only 1 point vertex group here. For that, we would have to add a delete geometry node. So let's take a delete geometry node and plug this here. Very simple. Now everything has been deleted, and this is something we don't want. We only want this to happen on this point here that is part of our vertex group.
You have like a vertex group then?
We have here is a selection.
Yeah, and then you'll get like a
select different parts of the mesh that can be deleted.
A vertex group
node case, deleted, right? Because it's a deleting node. If you want to input the vertex group here, you would be tempted to search for a vertex group. And to be honest, in my opinion, this would be a very logical thing, and Blender should have this functionality, but it doesn't. Instead, we have to plug from here to there. Now we have a different input. How can I access this? Go to this modifier tab here. If you have the selection here, I mean, you can make this 1, which means selected, everything gets deleted, or 0, which means everything will be kept. But there is also another functionality, which is this little spreadsheet or this plus sign here, which means that we can use a vertex group as an input. So I'm gonna click here, and now we have this drop-down menu here, and we have this selection called point, only 1 point, which is our vertex group. I'm gonna click this one here.
Okay, I mean, a little bit roundabout, but yeah, that makes sense.
And we have kept all of the other ones, which is logical because our vertex group only has this point as the input. Let's say we want to delete the inverse of this thing. Are you going to add a new vertex group with the inverse? No, we don't have to do this, and this is the power of nodes. We can just inverse this selection here, and we can do this by using a Boolean math node, which is looking like that. Now you're asking, what is a boolean? And well, a boolean is just either a true or false. In case of this delete geometry node, I mean, this either can be true or false. There is no second guessing. It's either the point has been deleted or it has not been deleted. It is kept. It's simple, right? We have different operation here, and, or, and not. Now, if you plug this here, the AND operation needs both of these inputs to be true. So if I tick box here, then this vertex group is true, and I mean, it has been deleted, right? Or means that both of these inputs are taken into account. So right now we are deleting this point, and because of this tick box, also all the other points. But there is also the third option, not, and this deletes, basically inverts everything that we have. So it is giving us what's not input here. So in this case, these 3 points, and if we enable this, we have gotten rid of all of those 3 points here. And this is looking pretty nice, right? Now, as the last example before we go on and moving to our Raspberry, what I'm going to show you is how, for example, if you have more of points here, I'm going to move this one down by exactly 1 meter, and I'm going to select all of those with A, and I'm going to right click and subdivide, 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 and now we have like a massive amount of points. Not very massive in case of a 3D software, but a large, reasonable amount. We can, for example, do so that we delete only all of the indices that are higher in value than 7, for example. So each of those points has an index, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can delete according to the indices. So let's add the delete geometry back here, and let's also add an index node just to have the input of indices. Now let's plug this here, and as you see, we have everything disappearing. Well, that's pretty logical because only the first one has the index of 0, which means it's not going to be deleted. All the other ones have the value
like a
of
math
like
then?
1 or larger, so this means they are going to be deleted because they are 1 or larger. Now let's use, for example, a compare node.
Hey man, my bad.
This is a very a nice way to control this. As you see, this outputs a boolean, which means a true or false. So we can make so that every point that is less in value than 10 is going to have a value of true, and every point that is larger than 10 is going to have the value of false. Now, if you do that, well, you see all of those points that have the value of 10, less than 10, are removed, right? And we can track this value and remove even more of those, and you make
Why is it counting like that? No.
But the reason why they're placed so strangely is that we have subdivided the plane. So if you do this once more, like subdivide once more, then this pattern is going to change up like that. And yeah, this is looking pretty cool, to be honest. And this is how the fields work, basically. We have a data block for each point of a mesh, and we can manipulate this and do different stuff with this. We can also move those things up, for example. So if you have a set position, this means we can set position of certain points.
Thank you,
so
very
can,
cool.
Example,
let's get on with the Raspberry.
now before we actually do any like noding stuff and this, we should actually plan what we want to create, because things are a lot easier if we know what we're gonna do. We don't want to create an animated Raspberry because this is a bit too complex. So we just want a shape like that, some balls on the shape, and then we need a
nice
leaf part, and then also a little tail. Also, if you look at the Raspberry, you see it has some little hair on it, so we can add like those little things here. I know the Raspberry is looking not like something you would like to eat right now, so we have 4 things that we need to create something hopefully a bit more beautiful than this one here. And yes, let's continue now.
Okay.
So now we are finally in the stage of making a Raspberry, which is exciting, right? So to do this, well, you have 2 options: to either start working right here or to go to this Geometry Nodes workspace. Now, I don't particularly enjoy this Geometry Nodes workspace for 2 reasons. One of the reasons is that this spreadsheet here, which in the idea should be to show you what you're working with, show you like the different fields, different data blocks for each point. In my opinion, this doesn't just work. It almost never shows me what I actually want to see. Probably just close this. So let's start. As I told you, we need an object to add this raspberry onto. So let's add this to this cube here. Now, to create a raspberry, we need some points on this cube. As I remember, like this was how this our raspberry looked like. It
Okay,
has
I'm
to have,
ready.
like a U-shaped interior.
Show me what you got.
Let's first create an U-shaped interior. I mean, we could create this with nodes, but this is just not very intelligent because this is a lot faster to do manually. You should use nodes when this gives you an advantage over manual work. When manual work is faster, use this. When nodes are faster, use that. I mean, it's always a question of what is faster for you. So let's create this raspberry. For that, let's right click, subdivide, and subdivide this a bit more like that. And let's turn up the smoothness so we have a ball. And let's maybe even
Hold on. What am I doing?
Let's right click, subdivide, and
Go. Hold on. Wait. What are we learning this time? We're learning how to do a raspberry. Because I love raspberries. Subdivide. Oh, there you go. On. I think 4 times. You did?
Subdivide this a bit more like that. And let's turn up the smoothness so we have a ball. And let's maybe even subdivide this a little bit more, like so we have thing like that. Now this is our raspberry, and you're saying no, this isn't a raspberry. It's more like a sphere, more like a droplet of a raspberry.
That's
yeah,
true.
that's okay, but we can later procedurally change the scale and all of those things with this raspberry. So we can keep this right now. Okay, this is looking nice, and now let's add some droplets on this raspberry. So for that, we just need an amount of points on this surface, and on those points we can copy the droplet. This is how this logic works in pretty much every software: Houdini, Maya's Bifrost, and also Blender's.
No idea what those are.
So this is just how the logic is. We can take a surface, we can add, for example, 2 points, and on those points we can add a cube and a cube. And these here are instances, which means they are actually the children of the same cube, and they share exactly the same functionalities, shapes, all that stuff. The only thing that can be changed is the size and this rotation and the location. So let's add a bunch of points on the surface. For that, we have a distribute points on faces node. Right, we put this here and we have a lot of points. Now these are just like temporary, they don't mean anything. They are just here to show us where our future droplets are gonna be. Now we can increase the density, and we have like a lot of those. And as you see, we also have here our friend from the introduction, which is the selection. So
why do I not see them?
Where we want to have those points. Now you might be thinking,
oh, that's why.
This is nice because I definitely don't want to have points on the top of this thing. And you are making the right choice because Raspberry doesn't have points there. So how do we remove this? Well, as you remember, how can we do this with vertex groups? We can go to edit mode of this mesh with tab. I'm going to disable this node here with M key. So this is now muted, unmuted, muted. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the X-ray mode to select the points up here. So if I select just without the X-ray mode by dragging, I only select the half of the mesh. But if I use the X-ray mode by Alt-Z, clicking Alt-Z, then I can select a larger portion.
Okay.
I can go through the mesh, as you see here. And now I can do so that I go to the vertex groups here. And I click on this plus sign, and now I have this group here. I'm going to call this no droplets. All right, and I'm going to assign this. Nothing has happened, but now we can drag this selection to the selection, right? And go to the modifier tab and click on this little thing there. And we can select our no droplets. And
no drops.
Oh no, we have droplets now on the
okay, but I remember we add a
boolean. It's a problem, but not a huge one because this is nodes. I mean, we can just add a boolean math and this. So switch this to not, and now we don't have those things there. Right, we just have this
Okay.
like that. And we have way too many points,
That's
as
pretty
you might
hot.
be thinking. So let's instead, to visualize this a bit better, like how much do we want and what is the size, let's add an instance on points node. Now this node does it so that it adds an object on those points. So for example, we can use a cube. I'm going to search for a cube. And we can drag the cube to the instance. And now we have a really large amount of cubes, which you're seeing. And this creates this kind of cool effect, as you see here. But we don't want as much. So let's decrease the density to for about 1. And now you see we have, well, quite a lot of points and quite a lot of cubes. We don't want this to happen. First, of course, we don't want cubes. So let's delete this and let's add.
Oh, but why did he make me do cubes then?
So icosphere is just a sphere which has
come on,
which
man.
is like triangular, has triangular faces, and you're saying this is not a sphere. Well, technically no, but if you add some subdivisions, we have things that look pretty much like a sphere. And this also, I mean, already looks like a pretty disgusting raspberry that is growing like in the back.
Wait, this is supposed to be the raspberry?
On those raspberry bushes that haven't been taken care of in like the last 15 years. So I don't know even why it did say that. This is how it looks. And what we need is to, I mean, decrease the density, decrease the size of those. So the radius is the size of the individual droplet. And I mean, we can do something like that. And I think you have noticed the problem that we can like change the size.
We do a grid.
Change the density
Surely.
here. But some of those droplets are intersecting. And this is not very nice. So we can do 2 things in Blender to combat this. And the first one is adding the Poisson disk distribution mode here, which is just basically the same thing as before, but you now have the minimum distance between points, which is very useful. So if I increase this, you see we have increased the density between the points. And now we have those raspberries here looking pretty, I mean, it's a nice and small raspberry. I like this, but they are still intersecting. I mean, not as hard as before, but not very nice either. There should be more like, in this location, there should be curving more in like, more like that, you know. Now, the problem is that in Blender is a very, this feature, this node feature in Blender is quite a new one. So for example, if you're using like a really like industry professional software, I'm not saying that Blender is not a professional software. I mean, you can make some really great work with this, but this node section isn't as developed yet as most of the industry standard node softwares. In Houdini, you would make this so that you convert those droplets into volume. And then you have, you know, 2 droplets and you're gonna make them expand, and they are gonna expand and basically create like a thing like that, you know. So they're not intersecting. And I mean, Blender is not Houdini, we cannot do this, but we can fake this in some nice ways. And although we cannot do this in Blender, we can kinda make a similar thing, and we just have to use logic for this one.
Okay. W. This raspberry is mine.
Sphere shape, right? Which they are right now. We need to make this.
I'm making my own.
More like
Cardi rap.
You know, more like that. So we need to scale those facing outwards. How do we do this? Well, we need to scale them like.
Welcome back, Tammy.
Right? So for that, let's use a set position node. We have also a scaling node, so scale instances, and now we can, you know, here scale those instances, and it works pretty well. But in our case, we want to have some more elaborate scaling. So for this one, we need a set position node. And you're asking, okay, elaborate, what does this mean? Well, this means something a bit more complex than you might just get by just scaling these things up, right? So this means that we are going to start scaling these droplets right at this point. So we are scaling this area here further from the center of the raspberry. And this can be done by first calculating the distance from the center, right? Just creating like a, I mean, basically calculating the distance here. And then based on that distance, basically using like the selection thing here, you only select the outer area of this droplet and moving this further from the center of the object. This is pretty nice, right? Should work. So how do we do this? Well, first let's deal with the scaling of the mesh, right? So for that, what we need is to scale along the normals. And if you just plug this here right now, this is doing nothing.
It's cool.
And to make this work, what we need to do is to realize the instances. Now you're asking, well, this is a bit too much for me. I cannot understand. Okay, normals and realizing instances. What is this? Well,
that's okay.
first
I
let's deal
understand.
with what is the normal, right?
Smile.
So the normal is basically, for example, if I have
Hi, Tina.
well, I can actually do this that way. So let's decrease the subdivisions of our droplets. Now, for example, this face here has the normal of like that. For example, for this face here, the normal would be pointing in this direction. It is just showing us in which direction the face is pointing at. So if you would like to use this information, we need to use the normal. And now if we scale those instances based on the normals, well, this means every face is going to be scaled in the direction that it's facing to, which basically means we are making the mesh bigger. We are making the droplet bigger. So I'm going to add 1, 2, 3 levels of those. But we only want to make the droplet bigger when it is at a certain distance from the center of the raspberry. So this sounds complex, right? Well, this maybe is, but I'm going to explain how this works. We have to use a mix RGB node. Now, what is that? Well, this means we have to
mix
have
RGB
in some places some scaling, you know, alongside the normal, and some places not. So this means we have a mix node here, right, which can mix between nothing and the normal displacement. Displacement means moving things outwards. Now the question is, well, it's an RGB, it's a mix RGB. How can you use like colors to displace something?
Those normals are colors.
Well, the thing is that actually colors are just 3 values. So I mean, it's R, G, and B. And our world also happens to be a 3-dimensional space. So sometimes in the 3D pipeline, colors are used to transfer vector information. So for example, if you have something, so let's say we have a value of
I get it.
just a blue value, and this looks like
oh
that,
shit,
you
look
know,
at it go,
blue
man.
value of 1. If we use this thing here as the offset of our mesh, then what do you think would happen? The mesh would move up because the blue here, the RGB, is like X, Y, and Z. So if I add this mix node, these things move up like that. I'm sorry, this first one has to be black, right? So like that, nothing. So this is black, nothing is gonna happen. And with this mix node, now this moves up, right? And if you use the normal as the second thing, now they're moving outwards instead. So this is how these things work, right? This is just, colors are just vectors, or like vectors can be expressed as colors actually. And now that we can control between nothing and some normal displacement, we should be able to use a factor here that is based on the distance from the center of the raspberry. Well, how do we do this? We need to calculate the distance from the center of the raspberry. For that, we have a position
Still haven't calculated it,
which is giving us the position of each point in a mesh. Well, if you plug this here like that, this is some very weird things happening here, right? Based on the position.
What the kind of tumor is this?
This is the positive direction on the x-axis. This is the positive direction on the y-axis, and on the z-axis, and the opposite directions are negative. So this means here nothing is happening, but here, oh yes, we have some pretty bad displacement happening. So if I move this, for example, here, I mean, you see these are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. All this, the factor is actually capped at 1, so it cannot go bigger than 1. And this actually looks kind of nice, I think. Yeah, this is looking pretty cool. But we are interested in having the length of each point from the center, right? Distance to each point from the center. So for that, we can use vector math because we are dealing with vectors, right? A purple thing means vector, yellow is color, Float is this gray thing, which means just a single floating point value. Like a floating point means with like decimals, so 0. Da 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 da. This is a float. And also we have the purple thing, which is a boolean, which means just true or false. And there is actually one more type, which is an integer. And an integer is this green thing here, which means just a whole number.
I wasn't paying attention to
either
none
0,
of that.
2, 3, 7007, and all of those things are integers. Now we can use
Numbers
vector
are
math
integers,
here
yes, thank you.
by connecting the position into this thing, and then taking this length operation here. We have a lot of different things here. I don't even, I think, use like a third of those. For example, refract I have never used, but length I have used. This is a very useful one. So as you see, this takes a vector and calculates some stuff with this, and outputs a float. Now this float here is just a single value at each point, right? It doesn't mean it outputs only one value. It outputs one value per each element of our mesh. So a vector outputs 3 values per element, and a float outputs 1 value. Now if you plug this here, well, you say, what are they telling us? This is exactly like it was before. So let's fix this because, you know, we should actually create the larger contrast, because right now, if this is like, I'm gonna delete actually all of those blue things. This can be a bit distracting. So if in the center here we have like the distance of 0, let's say here we have, let's measure how much distance do we have here. Okay, 3
Talking
meters,
a lot about.
right?
Oh,
This
okay,
means like the
okay, 3
1
meters.
meter is gonna be somewhere around here. So I mean, it's already full size here, so we cannot see the difference. It should like reach the full size somewhere here, and for that we have a color ramp.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
a color ramp, and put it here. Now you still cannot see too much, and the reason is that the color ramp is, if you have used Blender before, you know what the color ramp is. If you haven't been doing too much stuff with it, it's basically just is a contrast thing. Let's make sure that the range, actually let's make sure the 1 is not here, but it's here. So we have to, what is the word? We have to trick the color ramp, we have to fool it to think that 1 is here. So how do we get from 3
What is
to
that
1?
going on
Well, we have
about,
to
man?
divide by 3, right? So let's use a ordinary math node, put it here, and let's divide by 3, or with 3. And now we should have like a, you know, a reasonable thing there. Let's see if those things work. Yes, they work, as you see. We can scale based on the distance from the center. Right, we can like increase the contrast and stuff. This is the maximum thing. Now this looks pretty gross and we don't want this. So let's fix this, but first let's add some subdivisions, like 4 maybe, to make this a bit more detailed. And let's see
I'm
what we can
so
do here.
lost.
So basically it's just like the play with the color ramp right now. This one here has the value of 1, by the way, as you see, hue saturation value. This has the value of 1.
What did he do?
Gross, and we don't want this. So let's fix this, but first let's add some subdivisions, like 4 maybe, to make this a bit more detailed, and let's see what we can do here. So basically it's just like the play with the color ramp right now. This one here has the value of 1, by the way, as you see, hue saturation value. This has the value of 1, and if this is 0, this means nothing. This means like the full blast. So let's do so that we do like that. Now I'm gonna decrease this. I want them to be a little bit like flattened on the edges, and also you know, you see this thing here looks a bit like jagged, like you can see like a seam here. So let's make this a bit more smooth by using a different algorithm, like a B-spline. And now this made this a bit more smooth. And let's see this from the top. Yeah, I think this, okay, this actually isn't as smooth as maybe it should be. We can add another color ramp thing here, and we can change its value to see, to make things a bit more, even more smooth. Right, now these look a lot more like a raspberry droplets, right? But they're intersecting, so let's do so that we decrease their size a bit, like 0.7 or something like that. maybe even like 0.66. And now let's just, yeah, they
You can
are
see this
looking pretty
frying
okay.
my
Maybe we
brain.
can
It is
just,
frying my brain. Well,
add some more,
he's lost me
like,
for a while now.
contrast here. I can increase the value a little bit. Okay, these are looking pretty nice. So this is how our nodes are looking right now. Look at those, see if you have some maybe differences that you maybe like, maybe you don't like, so you can see what I used. And now let's
Oh
go back
yeah,
to
I
the
mean
geometry,
that looks alright though.
And if you
That
have
looks
some,
alright though.
you feel like to have some holes here, I mean, this is just something you have to play with carefully. So you, for example, decrease the distance, minimum distance. And now this looks a bit better. Maybe you can decrease this a bit even more. And I think now this raspberry looks rather
Hey,
okay.
not bad.
Doesn't have like the perfect appeal on those things here, but you can also change the seed and
change that drop
save
down
and
on the
eliminate
box
those
you're
colors.
in
So
from
the droplets are ready,
linear
and the next
to
stop is
B-spline with a black and white slider.
To the model the leaf, I'm just gonna add
Pretty
a
good.
plane,
It's pretty
shift
good.
a plane.
He's learning to make a
And
raspberry.
then I'm
Now
gonna
I can
go to
eat
edit
raspberries
mode
in
tab,
VR.
and I'm
True.
gonna move this thing here.
Wait, what?
Right. Now I'm gonna press Ctrl R.
What happened?
To the model the leaf, I'm just gonna add a plane, shift a plane, and then I'm gonna go to edit mode tab, and I'm gonna move this thing here. Right. Now I'm gonna
Hey girl, how
I'm gonna
you
press
doing?
Ctrl R, add some loop cuts.
Boy, pause. Thank you,
drag
thank you
like,
for the 11 whole months. I really appreciate that.
Maybe that doesn't matter how many actually.
Time
just
to make
nice
something
detail.
new. I can't.
And I'm gonna try like that. Try to have square faces, and I'm gonna select.
Oh
the
my god, how
last
did you?
row of- Try to have square cuts. Drag like maybe that. Doesn't matter how many actually. Just some nice detail. And I'm gonna drag like that. Try to have square faces, and I'm gonna select the last row of those vertices.
Okay.
I'm gonna press O, which enables the proportional editing.
Sure.
Up here, which means that, for example, if I scale now with S, then I have this little circle appearing. And when I drag with my mouse wheel, I can scale this thing up. And now I have a lot of different, ways to shape this leaf. I'm gonna scale on the y-axis like that. And this looks pretty nice in my opinion, like a nice leaf.
That's supposed to be a leaf?
Edge, right? And I'm gonna also shape this in a nice way. So I'm gonna rotate this, maybe. How are actually raspberry leaves positioned?
I don't know, you tell me.
Something like that. I'm rotating with R, by the way. Something, yeah. Now we have a leaf like that. This is, I think, a bit too sharp in the end. I don't like this. Our raspberry is kind of like a
You're the one
small,
that
cute berry, but we don't want such like a witch leaves to it. So let's delete those things here with X, delete faces, and maybe even here X delete faces or like that. Okay, this is nice. Now I'm gonna add a solidify modifier.
Where'd the video go? Oh shit, why is the video gone? There you go, it's back.
Solidify to make this a bit more thick. You don't see anything. Well, let's apply the scale with Ctrl A, apply scale. You don't still see anything. Well, let's increase the thickness. So something like that.
Modify.
Let's do something like that.
And then what? Subdivide it?
Let's add also subdivision surface modifier. And now I think the leaf is looking pretty okay. Maybe we don't even need subdivision. Well, yeah, we do actually need. I'm gonna also scale the last row here down so that we can, turning off the proportional. Like that. And now we have a leaf of a raspberry looking pretty okay. So let's enable those, or let's actually keep those modifiers. And let's add some geometry nodes to make this leaf a bit better by using a noise texture. So I'm gonna add a new set of geometry nodes. I can do this here. I can also add a geometry nodes modifier.
Add a
like
geometry node.
And now I can set the position of our leaf using a noise texture. So let's add a noise texture. Where is it? Here. And let's plug this into the offset.
Go.
Now this looks like that. We don't want this. Let's just
Nice.
decrease the scale like a little bit like that.
What?
And now this leaf has been randomized, and I think we should also scale this.
What just
on the
happened?
y-axis
No,
just a
wait,
little bit.
wait.
Leaf has been
Wait, please.
this into
That's
the
kind of cool,
offset.
though. That's kind of cool. What are we doing? And then set position, bang. The factor goes into the offset. Oh, roughness. That's good. Okay. You can do amazing things, but
Now
holy
this looks
shit.
like that. We
Yeah.
don't want this. Let's just decrease the scale.
Yeah,
like a
it
little bit
definitely
like that.
has a
And
very
now
steep
this
learning
leaf
curve.
has been randomized.
Very
and I
dang.
think we should also scale this on the y-axis just a little bit. Yeah, this looks like an acceptable leaf in my opinion. I'm gonna call this a leaf, and now let's take this raspberry and let's start adding these these leaves here. So this is our raspberry part. Now let's go forward and let's add those leaves. We can add those by adding a circle, and then on this circle we
Yeah,
are gonna instance
I have seen that,
those leaves. So for example, if you have a circle of 5
My
points,
raspberry.
we can add 5 leaves. If you have a circle with 7 points, 7 leaves, and so on. So to do that,
Okay.
we need, of course, a circle, a mesh circle. I'm gonna use this as the input or the output right now. Looks like that. And now we can instance on this thing here. And you're asking, but how can you instance on this thing here? Instance on points if you even haven't distributed the points yet, like we did with the
An
raspberry
object.
here. I mean, first we
Object.
had distribute, then we had.
Did I thank you,
instance.
Boy Pause, for the
Well, I'm
11
just
months,
doing
by
this
the way? Thank you,
because,
thank you, thank you.
the
Object info.
circle has points, right? It has
And then
those
and then
little,
geometry
vertices
to
here,
instance this and then
in
plane.
the
Oh,
edge of the edges, in the ends of the edges. So basically, if we now drag in our leaf here into the node editor and we instance this, well, then we have a lot of those. And if we change the vertices, then we can, for example, only have 3.
change the
for a
vertices,
triangle.
huh?
If you make this like a pentagon, like
Oh,
pentagon, then we have 5 of those and so on. And they're way too big, right? So let's change the radius for a moment to see how this works. They're way too big, so how do we fix this? Well, we can just decrease the scale from here. So do something
5.
like that, and then let's make
Wait,
the
what?
radius
Huh?
again 1 meter. And yeah, this isn't very nice because they are not pointing in the right direction. So in which direction should they point? Each one of those should point in their position direction. And this sounds
Okay.
crazy, right? What is a position direction? Well,
There's
this one here is position
there's
here, so it
man.
has a
Yeah.
vector pointing here.
Oh,
This one has a vector pointing here.
Yeah, you're so
As
right,
I,
man.
told you,
Uh-huh.
remember, we calculated and we used the position node before. So we can use the position
Yeah.
node now.
Absolutely.
as the
That was what
rotation node.
I was about to say.
Plug this here, and this, well, this isn't very nice, right? Because we actually don't want to use this directly, but rather to align our current rotation, which comes from the leaf, to the position of those circle points. So for that,
Yeah.
we have an align node that we can use to align an Euler to vector. Euler is just a
Man, I love you,
was a scientist,
Euler.
and we use his name for some mathematical stuff. And now we can, for example, align this to the vector pointing upwards, right? Which is not what we want, but for example, for grass, this might work. But we want to align to the position like that. And now they are all pointing in the right direction, right? With the
Wait,
factor,
what?
we can change this. And there
Ah.
are also some other cool ways you can use this for, but this one here seems to work the
Ah.
best way. You have to see which things work for you.
Why
And if
does
you
this
don't find
work?
anything that works here,
What
you
the
just have
frick?
to take the where is our leaf and rotate the leaf in the edit mode to find an angle that works for you. Now this is working, right? But they are also a bit like, this circle is a bit too big, so let's make this smaller, like
Okay,
that.
I guess.
This already
Booba,
looks
booba.
pretty nice
What the fuck
for
was
a
that? Who is
raspberry, I
this
think.
guy?
Lumaflow sub T3 for
and let's drag those
X31.
together. So
Tammy Happy Toast Dare.
Lumi, thank you for the tier 3 subscription and the 31 whole months. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So now we have the raspberry we can drag here, right? And we have the leaves that we can drag here. But we would like to join those. So for that, you guessed it right, we have a join geometry node. So you take the join geometry and you plug this and this here, and now they are joined. Although it's a bit like too small here in the middle. So let's move this up. First, let's take all those nodes and put them here. And you might be tempted to just, let's move this leaf up here.
What did I do?
You might be tempted to just take
What did I do?
this.
What did I
thing
do,
here
man?
and select
Let
this
me
and move this up,
out.
but it actually selects the whole object because they are in the same node tree. So to do this, we have to add a transform node after the leaves and move this up by the amount.
Can I undo that?
For example, this.
Thank you.
And now let's just use the magic of node-based stuff, and let's just, make it have the scale that we want. For example, something like that.
Lumi, what
And
the?
then the scale should be larger, but also like smaller. Do we want something like this? I think the leaves are
A,
a
B,
bit
C, D,
too,
E, F, G, H, L, M, N, O, U, Q, P.
Lumaflow gifted Critju a sub. Lumaflow gifted a tier 1 sub to Critju.
Yeah? That's crazy. Transform. And then what he did? He did it up? I don't know. How do we fix the like top?
too uniform, or like don't look very nice. So actually I don't like the geometry nodes modifier here. So I'm gonna delete this geometry node modifier, and the leaves now look like that. And I'm gonna scale the leaves on the
Wait, what did you do?
Too uniform, or like don't look very nice. So actually I don't like the geometry nodes modifier here. So I'm gonna delete this geometry node modifier, and the leaves now look like that. And I'm gonna scale the leaves on the
I don't know. I kind of like it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, so this looks like that now. And also I don't like how they are rotated. So I feel this could be a little bit more smooth. So I'm gonna grab this area here.
I don't know. Nature's full of mistakes, homie. You don't have to make it perfect.
And with proportion.
Sometimes having artifacts and stuff makes it look better.
Mode is more like that. I think now the leaves are looking pretty cute and nice on this raspberry. And also they are a bit too cute and nice. I mean, they don't look too natural. So we should scale them a bit more randomly. For that, we need a random value. So let's take a random value and put this here and plug this into the scale. Now we have those different options here. For example, float. We have a boolean. For example, this means the scale of either 0 or 1, which we don't want probably, right? And boolean isn't very useful in this case. We have vector, which means we can use different scales on x, y, and z. We don't want this either. Or actually, we can use this. So let's put this here. And this creates something very, very weird. Like things are a bit distorted. So let's make sure our minimum value is 0.6 or whatever works for you. This is not a number you should definitely use. It's just what works in my case. And let's maximum 6.5.
There's always one that's like sticking up.
Could be maybe 0.
Oh, sorry, I've been like distracted.
Scale them a bit more randomly. For that, we need a random value. So let's take a random value and put this here and plug this into the scale. Now we have those different options here. For example, float. We have a boolean. For example, this means the scale of either 0 or 1, which
I missed again. What are we doing?
This raspberry. And also they are a bit too cute and nice. I mean, they don't look too natural. So we should scale them a bit more randomly. For that, we need a random value. So let's take a random value and put this here and plug this into the scale. Now we have those different options here. For example, float. you have a boolean, for example, this means the scale of either 0 or 1, which we don't want probably, right? And boolean isn't very useful in this case. We have vector, which means we can use different scales on x, y, and z. We don't want this either. Or actually, we can use this. So let's put this here. And this creates something very, very weird. Like things are a bit distorted. So let's make sure our minimum value is 0.6 or whatever works for you. This is not a number you should definitely use. It's just what works in my case. And let's maximum 6.5. And the minimum could be maybe 0.5. And now the leaves are a bit more different, and I pretty much like this, right? Let's also use a different
I usually like linking them up all.
a different what. Let's also make them like a bit different in the sense that if they are rotated to the sky or not. So what we should do now is that we should rotate their align their rotation to the z-axis, right? To the sky, and then variably change with a random value if they are pointed there or not. So let's use another align Euler to vector. And if we just do this like that, you know, we have vector pointing up, x, y, and z, and the factor of 1, then they are pointing all up, right, like that.
What the hell did I just do?
We want just a random value that is, you know, telling us if they're there or not. So I'd say the maximum should be around like maybe 0.07 and the minimum probably 0. So now we have to see if the minimum, because the minimum is currently the minimum we can have, if this is enough for us. I think they should be rotated a little bit more down, so we can change this in our leaf here. I'm going to rotate like that, and we don't want this. We want just a random value that is, you know, telling us if they're there or not. So I'd say the maximum should be around like maybe 0.07 and the minimum probably 0. So now we have to see if the minimum, because the minimum is currently the minimum we can have, if this is enough for us. I think they should be rotated a little bit more down, so we can change this in our leaf here. I'm going to rotate this, turning off the proportional.
I don't know,
and I'm going to rotate this a little bit like that, and also move this to the origin point. Actually, this was shifted a little bit. So now this probably looks a bit different. Yeah. So we have to scale down the circle like that, and also make the rotation here, right? So I'm gonna plug this to the factor. Now this is randomly up or down. We don't want this to be like that. We want this to be like 0.1 maximum. So now the leaves look, I think, a bit better than they were before. They look a lot more cute, and I think they are finished now. Now let's deal with the Raspberry interior, and you're probably thinking this Raspberry doesn't look too good because it's very like sphere-like. It's not like oval as a Raspberry should be, and that's right. We should actually make this a bit more scaled like that, but we cannot scale this like that on the z-axis, right? Because this is
I mean, we
we
could.
We should probably use nodes. So we can use the nodes.
Nothing's stopping you from doing it.
In the beginning of our node tree, because the nodes are currently looking like that. This is the Raspberry part, and this is the leaf part, and they are joined with the join geometry. Now, if we go here, and we take a transform node, this means we can scale things using a node-based system. So, for example, we can scale this like that, and we have basically like a corn plant thing, whatever.
I completely missed it. Hold on, what?
Node-based system. So, for example, we can scale, and we take a transform node. This means we can scale things using a node-based system. So, for example, we can scale this like that, and we have basically like a corn plant thing, whatever. But I think scale of 4.1.2 works nicely. Let's ignore the leaves that they are like misfitting right now. And no, not on all the axes. This should be like maybe. Okay, this is probably a bit too Yes, I think
You
this
got
is,
it,
like,
buddy.
fitting and all. But as you see, these things are not like looking very nice, right? They are a bit our system that we created for making those look a bit better, like scaling them, is now not working properly. And the reason is that, you know, we have scaled the mesh, right? If we disable the scaling, it is working properly. If we enable the scaling with M key, I mean, it's not working nicely anymore. It's like shifting and stuff. So what we need to do is to also scale the position that we have here in the inverse way. So if we have scaled our mesh, for example, I'm just gonna do this in a very easy way. If you have scaled this by 2, for example, then the things down here are not obeying to our system of like normal scaling at all. So what we need to do is to modify this vector that is coming in from here. And for that we have vector math, and we don't have, no, not vector, we have vector math, and for that we don't need a, what is this called? We don't need a transform node, or we even don't have a transform node for a vector. We just need to scale this, which is essentially a multiplication. So let's take a multiplication node. Now everything has been multiplied by 0, so this means it's not working anymore. Let's put here 1. So this is now the same thing as before. Doesn't matter if this is enabled or not. And you might be thinking, let's scale this by 2, right? Well,
Disconfigured.
this is not a good idea. This doesn't work. This actually has to be scaled with the inverse value of 0.5. And
What?
now with the inverse value of 0.5, this is working a lot better than, you see it's working, right? Like that. 0.58 actually seems to be working better. But the idea is this. And the idea is because, you know, before you had a mesh, our system is based on a way that you have
I don't know
this
what
mesh,
like the effect I'm
and
looking for.
I mean, the color ramp only accepts or needs, like the system here works if you have a distance of 1 to here, or this fixed distance. Now, and also down here. Now, if you scale the mesh, what happens is that we have maybe like a longer, the original
Change
one
it to
was
multiply.
here. So now the color ramp has some different values. It doesn't know what to do. It outputs some crap, and this is not a good idea. What we need to do is, you know, make the color ramp think that those values actually are the same. So we have already done this here, but this was for the whole gradient. Like this is a just scaling the whole vector, as it's a float value. It's multiplying everything with the same number, or in this case dividing.
Okay.
But we need to do this only on the z-axis that we are scaling this on, right? So let's make this work more automatically by scaling them from the same location and adjusting them automatically. Let the machines do the work for us. So instead, let's use a vector as an input, 3 values. I'm going to put 1 here. So scaling with 1, 1, 1 is essentially the same size, but we're doing this larger like that, I think. Yeah, this looks nice. And like 0.32. And then we input this here, and this doesn't work, right? Instead, what we need to use is to basically get the inverse value of this vector. So this means we have to divide 1 by this value. So because in case of 2, this, what we need
Thank you for the follow.
0.5. So 1 divided by 2 is 0.5. If this is, for example, 3, then we need 1 divided by 3. We need 0.33. And this works with everything. So switch this to division and switch those inputs and put 1 here. So this is 1 divided by this vector. And as you see, this is, I think, currently working pretty nicely. Maybe they should be scaled even a bit more. So I'm going to increase this on the color
trees.
0.5. Let's make it 0.4. Okay, I think this is looking okay. Maybe let's just decrease the distance between those just a little bit more. So 0.62 maybe just 6, right? Okay, now this is looking a lot better. At least that's what I think it is. And the leaves are shifted a little bit. Let's also move those leaves up by using the translation node. And yeah, now that we have this one thing here, we don't like this. So to get rid of this, let's go to the Raspberry and let's change the seed of display of those things until we don't have anything like that. And now let's just move those up a tiny bit more to fix what we have here. Okay, nice. This is looking okay. And now let's add the interior of the Raspberry. So for that,
I'm not getting it.
Doesn't matter too much actually. So let's just take a cylinder like that. Where is our cylinder?
I guess we're gonna just do this and then move it up.
Take the cylinder and plug this into the join geometry. And as you see, we have something in the inside of the Raspberry. I don't know if you can see this very well. So let's change this by using the radius, making this not as big, but this should be more like, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just there to give the impression that something is inside of the Raspberry. Like that. And this doesn't look, I mean, does look a bit too like sharp. So let's add a subdivision surface, a node, and not a subdivision curve, subdivision surface node to basically make this a bit more smooth, right? And adjust not the fill segments, the side segments to have, should we add just the side segments? No, let's switch this to triangles. Okay, I switched this to triangles and now this is working better. I'm actually gonna disable those other things by first shift dragging over this. Now we have this reroute here, and also no, actually we don't need this, but and I'm gonna just control drag over this one, and now we don't have anything inside here. And this is the interior of the Raspberry. Not looking too, no, actually we don't need this, but and I'm gonna just, this is working better. I'm actually gonna disable those other things by first shift dragging over this. Now we have this reroute here, and also
they literally doesn't do a lot of.
And I'm
You're
gonna
lying.
just control drag
Liar,
over
pants
this
for
one.
hire.
And now we don't have anything inside here. And this is the interior of the Raspberry. Not looking too great. And let's add some side segments like that. And okay, this is the inside. Let's move this up with the transform node like that, and move this through here. And now let's reconnect the Raspberry around this. And now we have a pretty nice interior. Maybe it is a bit too strange here. So I added another subdivision surface. I'm gonna hide this by using H to make this smaller. And now we have pretty nice of a Raspberry here, I think. Maybe we should also move this leaves down just a little bit again. Okay, and you see this one here is still a bit, you know, doesn't want to obey. So let's rotate this on the Z axis like that. And this is looking nice, right? The Raspberry is pretty much ready. We just need a root on the top of the Raspberry.
Okay.
Now let's add the tip of the Raspberry, which is like the root, I believe, of the Raspberry, however this is called. You can let me know in the discussion of this class. But mostly we are going to use curves for this one. So for
what
that,
are you guys adding?
A quadratic Bezier. Yes.
Of
course, well done, Blender. But anyways, this looks like that. If I connect this to the output, okay, this is
what?
Too much here. This looks like that. Now we don't want this shape, right?
It's
so
a smiley.
Let's make sure the start is in 0, 0, 0, right here, and the end is in 0, 0, and 1, so up here, and the middle can be something like that, and the end. Let's move this also. Oh, this was a bit. No. What am I doing here? Okay, this should be moved on the y-axis instead, right? So something like that, and then maybe moving this also up just a tiny bit. Okay, now this is a nice tip for the Raspberry, right? Let's make this a mesh, because right now this is a curve. So for that we need a node called curve to mesh. Curve to mesh, put it here, and a profile curve. We need a profile curve because we
Okay.
have to have another curve to put around this curve and turn this into a tip of the Raspberry that we need. And for that, let's just use a circle. There is a cool technique where you can, you need a curved circle, not a mesh circle, and turn down the radius like that. So now this is looking like that. I think you can understand how the circle plays a role here. For example, if I were to use a star, I would plug this here, then now this is like, okay, this is very, a star looks like that, you know. Maybe this is actually even maybe this actually might be a good thing for the Raspberry. I don't know. Doesn't probably not. So let's use a curved circle and put this here. Right, but this should be thinner at the top and smaller down here. So basically we need to change the radius of this thing dynamically. And for that, because we cannot do this here, I mean, this is actually just a curved circle looking like that. We cannot change the radius of an object like that. I mean, this is just one object. How can you make different radiuses in different positions of the circle? Well, you cannot. It's because it's in only one position. So instead, let's do so that we use the thing here, and we have a node called set curve radius. Set curve radius. You put it here, and the radius is going bigger or smaller. Exactly the same thing as before, but
how
now we
you
have this little diamond
doing?
here, which means we can input
Happy
fields.
Prime.
And as you remember, field is something that is different.
Thank you for the 18 whole months. I really appreciate that.
So we can use a thing called a curve parameter. Now, in Blender 3.0, this is called a spline. 3.1, this is called spline parameter. So don't be afraid if you don't find this. But the curve parameter is basically giving us a gradient from 0 down here on a curve to 1 in the end of the curve. We use this as the radius, and this creates something like that. Doesn't look too good because it's exactly the inverse of what we want. And we have used the color ramp, as you remember. We can take the color ramp and put this here. Now, as you see, things have shifted around, and I don't personally, for the pronunciation, I don't personally like this. So instead, let's go to view and turn off the auto offset feature right here. Now this turns off the fact that they are like moving around and around and around. What was this called? Ramp, color ramp. And now this plugs here, and we can move this thing up like that. And now we can just, I mean, move this contrast like that, right? Looks nice. Or we can invert this like that. And we have a thing for the Raspberry. Now the tip of the Raspberry isn't as thin, of course. So
why can I not move the white?
The black thing here isn't actually black, but it has a, you know, a stronger value, something like that. Looks nice. And you see there is an empty thing here. We can use the fill caps to fill this. And as you notice, this one is also a boolean because it is either filled or not. So this is another example of where booleans are used. So now this is filled and is looking pretty. And
no way, pretty,
bro.
we
now group this with the command J. Have a look at those nodes. If you want to, you know, just a little recap. Looks nice, right? And let's now connect this to the Raspberry. So let's connect this to the join geometry and put this to the output. And this doesn't look very nice. We have to move this up with the transform node, transform translation, and move this up on the Z axis and move this and right now down. And this is, I think, a bit too small for our Raspberry, so maybe let's make something like that. And I'm gonna actually make this value a bit larger, so 1.3 maybe even 3.
Did you just scale it here?
This looks pretty cartoonish, and I actually like the look, but I'm gonna have 2 here, and this I think is pretty okay. Now the leaves are themselves a bit too regular still, I feel. So let's add one final finishing touch before we touch the materials. Now to do that, what we need to just use a noise texture to set their position, right? So I'm gonna use a set position right here, moving these things here. and use a noise texture and connect the noise texture to the offset. And now these are offsetting, and if I change the scale, they don't do anything. And that's because these instances haven't been realized. So instead I'm gonna use a realize instances node and put it here. And this creates those instances, makes them into real geometry, and now we can displace them and do all those this crazy stuff here. And I mean, maybe we can do something like that with those things.
Why is it off to the side though?
And as you see, they are shifting, and that's because a noise texture has values between 0 and 1, but this means it gets shifted because they don't have any negative values to compensate for that. So we have to subtract something from this noise texture, and we are going to subtract exactly 0.5.
Oh shit, wait, maybe.
Like
oh, my
that.
bad.
And now this is basically in the same location. And this looks pretty okay. Maybe we just have to move this up a little bit. And we have made the Raspberry. There is one little detail left, and the detail is...
Wait, what'd you do? Subtract from the noise texture?
And now this is basically in the same location.
5?
And this looks pretty okay. Maybe we just have to move this up a little bit. And we have made the Raspberry. There is one little detail left, and the detail is about those little hair that are growing out from the Raspberry itself. So let's make those, and then we can call the Raspberry finished. So to add those little hair as the last part of the Raspberry itself, we must use basically the same curve setup that we did before. So let's do so that we first model this little hair, which looks a little bit like that. Okay, so let's disconnect this group output from the geometry, and let's use again a quadratic.
Oh, I gotta move one down.
Oh, sorry. Let's use again a quadratic Bezier.
Transformer.
Let's use a quadratic Bezier.
Transformer.
And let's connect it to the output. And
we're almost done with the Raspberry.
Techniques as before. So let's make this like stand up. Let's make this a nice and straight Bezier. 0, 0, 0. All those things in the right place. And let's maybe make this a little bit curved, like move this on the x-axis and move the... Now I'll make this like that. Maybe this is even a little bit too curved. Okay, like that. And now let's make this a mesh. So mesh, curve to mesh. Where are you? Here. And let's use a... You can use the same curved circle as the input. Actually, we don't need... but yeah, that's not a cool idea actually, because this one has a lot of resolution, and we're going to have a lot of this little hair. So we don't want to basically overuse the poly count. We don't want to make this too extreme on our computer. So let's use a curve circle, put this here, and connect curve circle to the profile curve. Now the same story as before. We're gonna set the curve radius, put it here.
Like should be fine, surely,
and let's
right?
use the curve parameter as the thickness for this thing. Doesn't look too good, so let's decrease this here, and let's use a color ramp to make this have the shape that we want it to have. Right, so first of course it has to be inverted like that. First thing shouldn't be as
I'm so lost. Why are you going faster and faster, man?
Thing doesn't look too good, so let's decrease this here.
Okay, relax. Set curve radius. Bang. From there. Bang. And this factor goes into radius. And then we want the color ramp. And I just like...
And let's use a color ramp to make this have the shape that we want it to have. Right, so first of course it has to be inverted like that. first thing shouldn't be as thick, and in the end it has a little bit of a thicker thing there. So let's make the ramp look like that, you know. Let's basically just draw this into the curves, and this one here should be white, so this one should be like that. And this is the little thing that we are gonna add on our Raspberry. Looks like that.
I'm not making.
Right?
I'm not adding those
and we
things.
don't need 32 for the resolution. This can be
Like a antenna.
Even I think even 3 works pretty well here, right? Okay, maybe you get some close-ups. Let's make like 6. And
Ooh.
I think this is more than enough for the Raspberry. So okay, now we need to instance this thing on the Raspberry, but the problem is that it, you know, shouldn't intersect with the little droplets, and we can avoid this like 70%, let's say. So let's connect the output to the here, and let's now do so that we take the same points, the same distribute points on faces that that we basically have like that, and we add an instance on points on those same points. So now we have basically we will have a hair growing out from each of those droplets. So we take an instance on points, and we plug the points here into the points, and
wait,
we
which
plug
one?
the hair that we created into the instance. And as you see, they're all pointing upwards.
Okay. Do that. And grab this one. Pull it over here. Instance on points. Instance it, and then same points as this? Huh?
To the instance on points, and we plug the points here into the points.
Not this one.
And we plug the here that we created into the instance. And as you see, they're all pointing upwards. This is not very nice. So we can luckily use the rotation of the distribution. We can lock the instance, and we plug the here that we created into the instance. And as you see, they're all pointing upwards.
Would you pull? Would you pull the last one? Here. Why are they so small? Okay, like 2. Okay. 1.5, 1.7. .5. Point three should be good. Yeah, that's it.
Rotation of the distribute points to faces, and we can connect this into the rotation of those things. Now there are like, you know, there are way too many of those. So let's first remove some of those by using a random value into the selection that we are already very familiar with. So let's use a random value, which has to be, of course, a random value. Oh no. You can hold down Alt and drag if you want to, for example, put this here and then remove this by holding Alt, so nothing gets.
Okay, now you tell me that.
And we are going to use the Boolean thing here and put this to selection. Now we can select either all of those or none of those. And I think for about something like maybe that looks okay. And now we're going to rotate them on the Z-axis to basically shift those all into the places that are between the droplets. So let's use a rotate instances like that, and we're gonna rotate on the Z-axis. Now this doesn't do anything right now. Okay, this is the pivot point, of course it doesn't do. It does something like that, this was my point. And the reason is it's in the local space, so every instance is gonna have its own Z-axis, which is not what we want. Instead we want to rotate them on the global Z-axis.
Geometry nodes is so much fun. I love geometry nodes.
Into the like edges or
so far they've been pretty aight.
Yes. I mean, you cannot do this perfectly.
He
There are
has
always
his
gonna be
things a
some
lot better
things
than I did.
are not aligned, but it's gonna look better than
His
without
raspberry is looking
this thing.
better than mine.
So let's
frick?
turn also down the scale by using a
Whatever,
random
that's
value,
fine.
a random value into the scale. Maybe maximum would be like that, the minimum, let's say 0.4. Okay, now this
Random value
I
into
feel
scale.
it's a bit too much. I mean, I feel they are a bit too thick, so we should make the tip there not as thick and also a bit smaller. I think they're also a bit smaller. And let's make this also move this a bit
That's
down
fine.
on the z-axis. Okay, something like that. This is probably also a bit too thick, so I'm gonna just take a math node and multiply the radius of those things with 0.5. So now they are a bit thinner and this looks more acceptable.
I think I fucked up with the
Scale down the 2 and now this
not
is,
with this thing.
This is pretty nice in my opinion. Now a couple of things before we start the material, or actually just one thing, is that, you know, the thing doesn't look very good. It looks like jagged, so we need to shade it smooth. And if you select this and right click shade it smooth, nothing happens. That's because
No,
it only shades smooth the base geometry that the thing is based on. So, sorry. So the thing that we
Even
added
a baby
in
could have figured that one
core of
out.
the Raspberry.
Hi, I'm
So we need just a node for this thing to happen, and we are going to go to the end and
Hi,
use a
hope you're doing
shade
well.
smooth node. Set shade smooth. As you see, it has a boolean, right? True or false, shaded or not shaded smooth. And now this looks a bit better.
All
I
right,
think.
it's time for the
Now,
material,
shaded
mate.
smooth or not? Yeah. And to be honest,
You're doing
I
well.
am not
How about
huge
me?
fan
I'm
of
doing
those
alright.
noises up there.
Just
So
learning
I'm
a bit
gonna
of
turn down the
Skillshare.
detail
You can get your
and
months
yeah,
for
now this
free
looks a lot better.
with the exclamation
Right.
mark Skillshare
Now
link.
the Raspberry is ready to being materialized.
We do.
So to add
We
a
do be
material,
enjoying it so far. I'm
well,
liking it.
We have 3 different materials here. We also have a node for this purpose. So we want
wait,
to add a
what?
different material for the
Uh-huh.
droplets, right? So let's add a material for the droplets. Let's add a set material here, and let's select our set material.
What?
We want to add a different material for the droplets for this purpose. So
Okay,
we
that's
want to
fine.
add a different material for the droplets, right? So let's add a material for the droplets. Let's add a set material here, and let's select the Raspberry and add a material. We already have one. Let's call this the
Wait for which one?
droplets, right? And let's
which one is
select
that?
the
This one,
droplets
right?
material from here. Now let's add a material for the what is this? This is, let's turn this off. This is the interior,
Drops.
right? So let's take the new slot here and let's call this the interior. And let's add a set material and let's set the interior material. Then we have the leaves.
Shit.
So the leaves are going to have its whole another material.
Shit.
Leaves
Okay.
like that, and then select the leaves from here. And what else do we have here? We have the
Leaves.
Which was this actually? Okay, the little
Damn.
tail. Let's add the thing here and let's add a little new material.
What's
A
brown?
new little
Brown's
material
like
called, this actually can be a little tail. You know, it's actually little. So
sounds like that.
a little tail.
And the
right.
leaves
This
is
now
green.
looking, very nice. I think we have covered all the materials that we want. And this is a geometry nodes class and not the shading class. So we won't be discussing the creation of the actual materials in too much detail. Instead, I'm going to show you how you can append the materials I have created in the project file under this course. So your
Ain't
Raspberry
no
is
way
here,
there's not
right?
part.
And we have like
Not
some
part of the same
materials added here.
course.
Okay, but I mean, these are just the materials that we have here
What the
in
frick?
the nodes. Now, if you want to replace those with the ones
Oh, I
I
just moved
created,
something, didn't
well,
I?
then you are going to go to the file and then append. And then we are going to go to downloads, where you probably have the file that you downloaded, right? From the description of this class.
Cream
And,
animation.
You know, click on this Raspberry append, and then you're going to do the
Thank you. That's very cool of you. Alright. One sec. Ba-da-ma, ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da. Wubba gubba. Heck. We do have more classes if we want. We did make a Raspberry though. That's pretty cool. Let me get like a camera or something. And then you go to like camera view. Whoa. And GZ. Up a bit more. Look at that. Oh. Boy. How do I? Where's the thing? Video sequencer? No. No. I can render it out, but you guys can't see it. It looks just like it looks. Honestly, it looks just like it looks up there. Amazing. It looks just like that on their render. Crazy. Wouldn't have guessed it. We got a Raspberry though. I forgot how you make it into a mesh and stuff, but it's probably a couple million polys, if I'd had to guess. Compared to mesh. Actually, it's not too bad. It's not too dense. Where's the options, live unwrap? No, that's not it. Statistics. 300k. For a Raspberry, when is the cat time? I mean, we could do the cat right now, but it's like an hour. Sure. We can start drawing cat. Let me bring out my tablet and unplug my VR. Give me 1 sec. No, I'm plugging it in. Because if I have my VR plugged in at the same time, it doesn't allow me to have all my monitors on. Because I decided to buy a really expensive tablet for whatever reason. And it has a screen on it. Oh, I just fucking broke something. Unfortunate. Tjena tjejen, hur mår du? Pinocchio? Hopefully you guys don't see what I see. If you do, I'm sorry. Because
If
everything's
spin
black.
Batila spin I patty spin don't mealy spin bep spin fucking Vulpix 16 spin carrot all happy to tap.
Are we back? Pinocchio, thank you for that. 17 whole months. F? Couldn't be an F anymore. Still F? Yes. Still F. Test. Bow, bow. Okay. None more. Yeah. Oh, but it's a big delay. That's okay. Can people use numpad instead of stream deck? Yeah. Use anything instead of a stream deck. It's just the like icons. It's just the icons that's like. No. A stream deck is like just overpriced. What was it called? No, what was it? Intro Fire or whatever, right? That we used. Paint. That's not the right one. Wait, what fucking program did we use with there's that OBS reset thing without resetting stream? Don't know if I want to risk it though. I mean, it'll probably fucking it'll probably fuck up the audio, as it always does. Was it outside? Hold up. Hold on. Am I trolling when I say that? Yeah, it wasn't Psy. What the fuck was the... John... John Silva. Let's see. Heck. I know we sent it at some point. I just don't fucking remember what... I just don't freaking remember what it was called. Clip Studio, that's the one. Clip Studio. Clip. .exe. Sick. This is gonna be really bad, by the way. Don't blame me. Don't blame me for being really bad at drawing. Wow.
Disguised as a friend, but you don't know me. For you, I'm no more than a throwaway. You steal my time and you
Not
smoke
logged in.
me.
Log me in.
The words you're using are violent. I
Did it work?
sell my charm just to pay my rent.
That's why you learn. I mean,
How far will I go? I'm wondering. Till I'm out of touch with reality.
Backup apps. No, just start, please. What? Whoa, you guys can't see that. Why is he wanting me to like download it again? Stop, I would have it. Why is he trying to get me? Ugh. Do I have to activate my license again? Hold on. Currently, you do not have a plan. Yes, I do. I literally, yeah, I have it here. Why do I have to download it again? Oh, whatever. Couldn't take too long. Shouldn't take too long. Surely it's not like 10 gigs, right? Opening when complete. Clip Studio is running. Please close it. Just let me in, please. Clip Studio, just let me. Let me freaking in, man.
You call me up in the middle of the night to say what's up. You wanna take me for a ride. Getting up
What?
every time you're by my side.
I have to buy it again?
I might be crazy, you're insane, or maybe you're just my type. Always ready when you call me. 25, no one else can do it better. I can make you come to
I just like use the version that I have. Okay, yes. Okay, sick. Alright, we're downloading it. It's installing. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. I think it has downloaded now. Yes. Now surely I can just start this. Next. No. Don't help you guys. From what you just made me go through, no. Do I even have my brushes left? No, I don't think so. Perfectly adorable. I'm pausing, I'm holding. Go over here, same with you. It's halfway through extracting materials. I don't know what that means, but you know. Hi, Cobra.
Of canvas we are going to be using. You can see it is a very simple square standard canvas because both pixel width and pixel height are 2048 pixels. If you would like to use any other dimensions for your illustration and for your canvas, you are welcome to do it. As for DPI, we are using 300.
I just realized, do I even have my XP pen thing? Oh, frick. I don't know if I have my tablet driver still. Oh, no, I do. Sick. We forgot the ping.
And
Heck.
as for the color profile, it is set as sRGB with the slow number. When it's all done, let's hit done and we'll be redirected to our new canvas. And now, if you would want...
Okay. Wait, so what was the settings we need? Whoa. Color profiles and stuff? There, but I got one. Okay, how do I do this? File doesn't, was it two? No. How do I webtoon, comic, animation, illustration? But it's 2048 by 2048 and resolution DPI, right? 300 DPI. Color, paper theme, blah. Sick.
As for DPI, we are using 300, and as for the color profile, it is set as sRGB with the slow number. When it's all done, let's hit done and we'll be redirected to our new canvas. And now, if you would want to use the same colors that you will see throughout the whole class, please go to the Project and Writers tab and download the materials. When you are done with this task, let's just go straightly to our color palettes and we will check out what we have here. Here we have two options of how we can use the colors, the compact view and the cards. Let's just go straightly to the cards because here we have all the colors names and it will be easier for us to navigate through our colors. And now, while we are still here under our color palettes, let's select our first color that we will use for creating a little scheme.
What is that? What is
You
it?
can select any color that will
me.
be seen onto your canvas. So for example, let's select the color with the name dark purple. When you have your first color, let's just go and select our brush for this part. We are going to the brush library and we will go to the sketching folder.
Oh heck, I don't have any brushes.
You can select any brush that you like here. You can
All
try
my brushes are
onto
gone.
your canvas. If it's not working for you, just go back to your brush library and try out another brush. So when you have selected the brush for this part, let's just go to our canvas and we will adjust our brush just a little bit. We will go and make it a little bit smaller, and if you want to play with the opacity of the brush, you will need to go to the bottom slider and adjust it from here. So when we have selected our color, when we adjusted our brush, let's start by creating a little shape that will help us to create our composition. Today we are starting by creating a little ellipse. We will go straightly to our canvas and we will create the shape just with one line without lifting up our Apple Pencil. Let's just go and try it out. Hold your line at the end and you will snap it to a better shape. If you need to
That's
adjust
not
the
how
size
peas
of
look.
your element, just move your Apple Pencil from side to side.
What
If
are we
you
doing?
want to adjust it even more, we will unhold it and we will go over the top to edit. Here, when we are at the editing part, we can see that we have these blue dots, and that means that we can go to them and we can adjust these dots and adjust our scheme in general. So for example, firstly, let's just make our ellipse a little bit wider on the sides. We will go to one of the
Wait, can I
nodes
not
that we
edit
have
it?
on the sides. We will hold our Apple Pencil there and we
How do
will
I
just
edit
move
mine?
it toward the side.
What the frick?
When
I
you are
can't.
satisfied with the openness of your shape, let's just put it straightly to the center. You can move your shape in the editing
Whatever,
mode,
that's
so
fine.
you will need to go to any blank space that you have on your canvas. You will need to hold your Apple Pencil there, and
That's
you will
completely
need
fine.
to move your Apple Pencil while holding it on the screen to the place that you want to put your element on. Or if you accidentally close your editing mode, or if you never gotten there, you can do it in a different way. We will need to get back to our canvas. We will need to go to our arrow key on the top left. We will tap on it. On the bottom, we will select Uniform Method. Now you can see that we have a bounding box around your element, and that's exactly what we need. We will do the same thing as we did in the editing mode. We will go to any blank space that we have onto our canvas. We will hold our Apple Pencil and we will move our shape to the place that we need. If
What do you
we
guys
want to
think? You
adjust
like my
the shape
signature?
even more, if you want to make it bigger or if we want to make it smaller, we can go to any node that we have across this bounding box and we can tweak it to the place that we need. So for example, if we want to make our shape bigger, we will go to one of the nodes that we have on the top and we will hold our Apple Pencil there and drag it diagonally up. So let's just play around with the shape. Let's find the position that works for us. And when
Where's the cat? I don't know. I'm waiting for it.
Deselect everything by hitting our arrow key one more time. And now when we have our first shape, we will go and work more onto the middle part. We will firstly go and find the approximate center by creating a vertical line going through the whole shape. Let's just go above this shape that we have, our ellipse. We will go and create the line going from top to the bottom. So start creating the line, hold it at the end and adjust the angle by moving your Apple Pencil on the bottom. Try to make it straightly vertical. If it's not going through the center, we will unhold our Apple Pencil and we will go over the top to edit. Again, here we have two nodes. If you need to adjust the angle even more, go to one of them and move it. If you want to move the whole line in general, go to one of the blue spaces onto your canvas and move it toward the center. When you're satisfied, just tap on the screen to get away from the
You love sharing skills? Well, you can get a month free of skill sharing if you use the link.
To somewhere in the middle of our shape and we will create another ellipse, but this time it will be aligned horizontally. So let's just go to one of the sides and from there we will start creating our shape of the ellipse the same way as we did before. Just manually creating the shape and holding it at the end. If you need to adjust it, you can just move your Apple Pencil to find the angle that you like. Try to make it straight. If you need to adjust the size, move your Apple Pencil from side to side. If you need to adjust it even more, we will unhold our Apple Pencil and we will go over the top to edit. Now
love
we will need
ellipse.
to combine our
shit, it's like
on
tilted.
the sides with the element that we had before. So let's just move our new ellipse a little bit higher and we will try to combine our edges. This shape that we are creating right now will represent the top part of the ball, so the shape on the bottom will be our ball. We can play around with its size, we can play around with the openness of this new shape, so you can just go over the top node that you have onto the shape and make this shape a little bit more open. We need this part to be quite open because we are going to be putting our filling elements here, our cats, our soup, everything. So we will
Oh my
need to
gosh,
see what's
that's like a
happening
crazy
here.
top ball.
You can play around, find what works for you, and when you are done, let's just tap on the screen and we will continue creating our scheme. When you're satisfied with everything here, we will go to the bottom part and we will go and create a little part what our ball will stand on. So we will just go there to this element on the bottom and we will create another curve that will recreate the same curve that we have right here on the top. So let's just go and create it. We can do it the same way as always. We can just go create a line, hold it at the end and then go over the top and adjust it. Try to make it even on both sides. You can play around with how big you want the shape to be. If you need to adjust it, go over the top to edit. When you have the little shape that you like, let's just get away from the editing mode and we will go to the sides and we will combine these sides
Oh,
with
there's
our
other
bowl.
ways like that.
So firstly, we are going over the left side and we will just create another line going in that direction. We are creating a curve and we are creating a smooth connection with our bowl. You can play around with the angle as always. You can just go over the top to edit shape if you need to. When you have this first connection over the left side, let's move on to the right side and do the same thing here. And again, try to make it even on both sides. If you need to adjust it, just go over the top and adjust it. And
I
now
can't make straight
we
lines.
are done with our scheme for the bowl. We can go and do one more thing. For example, we can add some thickness to these parts. We can go and create another ellipse and we can put it right in the middle of this ellipse that we already have. So let's just go and try to do that. So we are stepping a little bit from the sides and we are creating the same
Beautiful.
shape that
That's
we have
fine.
around it. Let's just go and create this ellipse. Hold it at the end to snap it to a better shape, and when you did it, we will go and try to make this shape similar to the shape that we have outside. So we will need to make all the lines parallel to one another. Let's just go and try to do that. We will need to go and play with these blue dots and make all the lines parallel to one another so they are just repeating the same pattern. When you did it, when you have the similar shape to the one that you already have, let's just get away from the editing mode. Now we are almost done. All we need to do here onto this stage is to find the placement for our little cats. Today we are creating 4 cats. If you want to change the amount of cats, if you want not to create cats, maybe different shapes, maybe different animals, you are welcome to do it as always. Now we will just go over the top part and we will start by creating a simple shape of the circle. Let's just go to the middle part over the top and we will start by creating a big circle. We are doing it the same way as before, just with one line, holding it at the end. And to snap it to a perfectly round circle, we will need to hold one of our fingers on the screen. If you need to adjust it or if you need to position it differently, unhold everything and go over the top to circle. Find the position that works for you. We are mostly working inside this shape that we have created, but if you feel that you want to make it bigger, if you want to go a little bit beyond the frames, you are always welcome to do it. If you want to make this shape bigger when you are in the editing
What is
mode,
OBS
you
chat?
will need to go right
Eat
between
10
the
minutes worth
dots
of
that you
messages?
have, and you will just
Is there
need to
2
hold the
times
Apple
speed
Pencil there and move it
of
to the
this?
side. Find the size that works for you, and when you are done, let's just
I
tap
mean,
on
I'm
the
working
screen
at
and let's go and
my
create
own pace, you
another
know,
cat.
but yeah,
So
there's...
this time, let's move on over our left side and we will create another
Oh
ellipse.
my god.
So go in there and
Gotta be
create a
terrible.
circle a little bit smaller. The same way as before, just creating the shape, holding it at the end. If you want to use the ellipse instead of the circle, you are welcome to do it. If you want to use the circle, hold your Apple Pencil at the end of this ellipse and hold one of your fingers on the screen. Let's overlap the shape with the previous one. If you want to adjust the placement, if you want to adjust anything here, let's go over the top to edit mode. Play around with the shape, find what works for you, and when you are done, let's just tap on the screen and let's create another ellipse for our little kitten. So now let's just go under our first shape and we will create another circle there. This time, let's make it a little bit smaller. And again, hold the shape at the end, and if you want to find a different placement or play with the size, you are welcome to go to the editing mode. This time, let's make it smaller and let's put it a little bit more toward the right side. It's always good to overlap shapes and not make something like that. So you don't really want to touch 2 shapes because it will create some tension and you don't want to put the viewer's eyes onto this place. So find the position that works for you, find the size that works for you, and when you're satisfied, let's just tap on the screen, get away from the editing mode, and we will create one more kitten. This time it will be even smaller and we will put it onto this little area. So again, let's just go and create our shape of the circle. Hold it at the end. If you want to adjust it, hold one of your fingers on the screen to snap it to a perfectly round circle. If you want to adjust it even more, go over the top to editing mode. So for now, let's just leave it somewhere here. Let's tap on our screen and we will take a look at the whole scheme that we have. You can see that we have something not very balanced because we have a great visual mass over the left side and we don't have anything onto our right side, so it makes it unbalanced. Let's just go to this blank area that we have over our right part and let's add something here. So for example, let's create a spoon. Let's just go firstly and we will create a little line that will show the direction where we are going to be creating the spoon. Let's just go and create the curve like that. You can hold your line at the end and create a straight line, or you can create a curve. It's all up to you. When you have the direction that you want to put your little spoon to, let's just go and turn it into the spoon. So for example, we will go a little bit above this line and we will create a peculiar shape like that. Firstly, we will go to the sides from this line that we have created and we will make the lines that are going diagonally. When you have something like that, we will go over the top and we will create a curve and we will close this shape. Hold it at the end. If you want to adjust it, go over the top to edit mode. Now we are done with our scheme and in the next part, we will make our sketch. Let's start our sketching part by going to the layers and we will create one more layer for the sketching part. Let's just tap on the plus icon.
Heck, my
my
layers are crazy bad.
Tap on the layer and choose rename from the list. Let's call this layer sketch, and now when we have this layer renamed, let's just get back to our layer with the scheme and we will rename it too. So let's just tap on it and let's choose rename and call it scheme. While we are still here into our layers panel, let's just go to this layer with the scheme and we will make it less bright. We will change the opacity level of this layer.
Okay.
We will still need to see what's happening onto this layer, but we don't need it to be very bright and very disturbing. So let's just go to this N icon onto our layer with the scheme. We will see that we have the opacity slider here. We can grab it and we can move it toward the left side. You can see that now it's starting to look less bright. When you found the opacity level that works for you, let's just go back to our layer with the sketch.
Oh, it's the other
to
way.
see what we are doing more clearly, let's just go to our color palette and we will select another color for the sketching part.
Heck.
So let's select something contrast. Let's go and choose our color with the name red. With this color, we will go over the top of our circles and we will start by creating the first cat. Let's just go and increase the size of our brush and
wait,
we will
which
go
color?
over the shape that we have created for our cat, our circle, and we will try to repeat it. So let's just go very boldly and we will do this thing.
Red.
Just do the same thing as we did before. Hold your line at the end. Hold one of your fingers on the screen to snap it to a perfectly round circle. If you need to adjust the placement, if you need to adjust something here, go over the top to edit shape. So find what works for you and we will go and adjust this shape even more. We don't want our cats to be this round. We will want to create a different shape. So when we have this layer and when we have this shape created, we will go back to our transform tool, which is our arrow key on the top left, and we will not use the uniform method, but we will go and choose the option warp. When you are selecting warp tool, you have this bounding box again, but you also have the intersection inside. So that means that you can go to any place inside this bounding box and you can adjust it to your liking. So for example, let's just go to the bottom node for the one on the right firstly, and we will hold our Apple Pencil there and we will drag it toward the right. You can see that we are adjusting our shape. When you are satisfied with it, we will go over the opposite side and we will do the same thing here. We will go to the left node and we will move it toward the left until it's something similar to what we have onto our right. When we have this peculiar shape, let's move on to the top and we will drag this node
I don't think there's
toward the center. Firstly, go into
warp
our
tool
right
like
one,
that.
holding our Apple Pencil there and moving it toward the center. When you have the shape like that, we will go to our left side and do the same thing. Hold your Apple Pencil on the node and move it toward the center. If you want to adjust the shape even more, for example, maybe squish it a little bit, let's just go over the top part and let's go to the middle of it and drag it down. Play a little bit with the shape, find what works for you. When you are done, we will go and deselect everything by hitting our arrow key. And now when we have the shape for the hat, let's move on adding our details. Firstly, very conveniently, we have this line that is going from top to the bottom and that represents the center of our shape. But we will need to create another line that this time will go horizontal.
This is fine, don't worry.
We know what we need to do. We will need to go through our new shape and create this line going through whole shape. Very easily, let's just go and create this line. Hold it at the end. If you need to adjust the angle, adjust it. If you need to put it on the different place, you can go to the editing mode. Try to put it somewhere in the center. You don't need to be very precise. When
I mean, I'm the
done,
one fucking drawing it. Of course, it's
and
gonna
when
be
we have
scuffed.
this line, we will firstly go over our left side and we will start creating the ear.
Ugh.
We will step a little bit from this line that we have just created and we will go and create a little triangle. So let's just do something like that. You can play around with the size of this element, you can play around with how big it is, you can play around with the position, with anything. If you want to make this shape smoother, you can go and turn these very straight lines into the curves. For example, let's just go to this corner that we have here and we will turn it into the curve. So just going over the left side and going over the top and creating the curve instead of this very straight corner. If you want to work onto the side elements, again, you can go and turn them into not the straight lines, but the curves. When you are satisfied with the shape here, let's just grab our eraser tool and erase this part over the top. Also, try to pay attention to the connections between the shapes. So for example, here you can see that we have a little dent that we can very easily fix. We can go and create a smooth connection between these two shapes. Let's just go and create the solid line going through these parts. And when you are done editing this part, let's just go over the next side and we will do the same thing here. So we will need to know where we need to put our ear, and we can do it very easily by creating the horizontal lines from this ear that we already have. Let's just go and create the first horizontal line on the intersection that we have right here. Where
why is it like smooth out all of a sudden?
So from this intersection, we will go and create another line. Try to make it parallel to the line that you have on the bottom. And when you have it, we will go over the top to this intersection. And from it, we will go to the other side and create another horizontal line. When you reach the intersection, you will know where we need to put our ear. First dot is right here on the top, the second dot right here. Again, we can start by creating a little triangle. Let's try to repeat the same thing that we have onto our left side. And also to make it the same size, we can go to the top of our ear and we can create another horizontal line going to the opposite side. Now you have everything you need to create your second ear. Try to make this ear similar to the ear that you have on the left side, and then when you have two ears, let's just go inside these shapes and we will repeat them to create the inner parts.
Yeah, that's very similar.
So start a little bit from this line and repeat the shape. If you want to play around with the shape and don't want to repeat the outer part, you are welcome to do it.
Yeah,
when
it's
have it on one side,
very
let's
similar,
go to the
yeah.
opposite one and let's add the inner part here too. And when we have it, we are done
Don't
with
worry
the
about
ears,
it.
so we can move on to the facial features.
Look how
Let's
similar
just
that
go
is.
to the left side firstly,
Wow.
and we will go to this line that we have right here for our middle part.
Wow.
We will start by creating the eyes. Let's just go to the left side as mentioned before, and we will start by creating the first circle here. You can play around with the position, you can play around with the distance from the center, with the size, with anything. Let's just go and create our first dot. You can do it manually, or you can do the same thing as we did before, just with one line, hold it at the end, hold one of your fingers and create this shape. Find the position that works for you. If you want, you can move your shape a little bit closer to the bottom. That will make it a little bit cuter. But remember that we have the overlapping shape over the left side. It will be another cat and it might overlap our eyes. So we will need to think about it too. So find the position that works for you. When you are done, tap on the screen and let's move on to the opposite side and let's create another eye. Let's just repeat the same distance from the center. Let's repeat the same size and we will try to put it on the similar place. To make sure that your eyes are the same size, we will hold our Apple Pencil and the ends, we will hold one of our fingers on the screen and we will go over the top to circle. We will move this eye that we have over the right side to the eye that we have on the left. If we need to adjust the size here, we will see it. If we need to adjust it, let's just go and adjust it. When you're satisfied with the size, when it's similar to the one that we have over the left side, let's just get this eye back. Try to keep the same distance, try to put it on the same line. When you are done, let's just tap on the screen and let's just go inside these eyes and we will shade them. Now, when we have the eyes, let's move on and add our little nose. We will go right between the eyes and we will start by creating a very soft triangle. Let's just go and create something like that. As always, you can play around with the size, you can play around with the placement. If you feel that maybe it's not what you want, but you already created the shape, we can move it easily by going to our selection tool firstly. Selection tool is our S ribbon icon over the top left, so we can tap on it and we will need to select freehand method over the bottom part. When you have selected the freehand method, we will go over the shape that we want to adjust and we will select it. Just loop the shape around until only this area that you want to adjust is selected, and when it is selected, we will go to our transform tool and we will move this shape. Now we are using warp method, but we will need to switch to uniform. When you did it, let's just grab our little nose and let's find the placement that will work for us. Play around, try to put it right in the center, and when you are done, let's deselect everything by hitting our S ribbon icon one more time. When you have it, we will go underneath the nose and we will create a little smiley mouth. We will firstly go and create a line going down like that, and when we have this little line, we will go to the side, for example to the left one firstly, and we will need to create the bottom part of the circle or the bottom part of the ellipse. Let's just go and create this shape. You can play around with its size. As always, you can hold it at the end. You can play around with its position by going over the top to edit ellipse. So find what works for you, and when you are done, tap on the screen and let's move on to the opposite side and do the same thing here. Just go into the side and creating this bottom part of the ellipse or the circle. Try to make it similar to the shape that you have over the left. If you need to adjust it, hold your line, go over the top to edit. When you're satisfied with it, tap on the screen and let's move on and add.
I like how this is so sketchy for them, but I don't have that, man. Maybe if I like
and we are creating the shape on the
make the
ellipse
opacity
or
less.
of the circle. And again, you can play around with the position and you can play around with the size of this element. When you are done with the shape over the left side, let's move on to the opposite side and let's do the same thing here. Again, if you need to adjust it, if you need to make sure that it has the same size and the same openness, you can hold your line and the end, go over the top to edit shape, move the shape to the previous shape and adjust it from here. When you are ready, let's move on and let's get back this shape to the needed place. When you are done, tap on the screen and let's continue by creating little whiskers. So we will go to the sides and we will start by creating 2 or 3 lines over there. They will be quite diagonal. As always, you can play with their size, you can play with their position, you can play with the angle and with everything that you want to play with. When you have them on one side, we can go over the left side, but you can see that here we have the overlapping shape, so maybe we don't need to put the whiskers on these sides. When we have our first kitten, let's continue by going to our layers and create another layer here. Let's just tap on our plus icon, and if you want to rename this layer, you are welcome to do it. If you want to leave it as it is right now, you can leave it as it is.
Practice drawing omega symbol, that's how you learn.
Sketch layers together and it won't matter. So now when we have this next layer, let's just go to our next shape and we will start by creating the similar shape as we have onto our scheme. So we are starting by creating a shape on the circle. Recreate the shape, hold your line at the end, hold your finger to snap it to a better shape. If you want to adjust it in any way, go over the top to circle. If you want to find a different placement, you are welcome to do it. If you want to play with this,
damn, that was smooth.
When you have the perfect circle, we will need to go and adjust the shape the similar way that we did with our first sketch. Let's just go to our arrow key and we will go into warp. When we have our warp,
okay, I don't know. The second piece kind of crazy with it.
And we will try to create the same shape that we had for our first illustration. So firstly, let's just go to the bottom and we will drag our corners toward the sides. If you want, you can create the similar shape.
Nice cursive handwriting, thank you.
If you want to play around even more and find something different, you are welcome to do it. When you are done with the shape, let's just rotate it a little bit. We will need to get back to our uniform methods and we will go to this green node over the top. We will hold our Apple Pencil there and we will move it in a circular direction. When you're satisfied with the placement and with rotation,
stop signing it before I am done. I'm just practicing.
That line will represent the center of our sketch. Let's rotate our canvas so it is convenient for us to
wait, I wasn't ready.
Line. Let's go over the top and we will start by creating the line going from top to the bottom. Adjust the angle. If you need to put it more to the center, unhold it and go over the top to edit. Drag it to the center and when you are done, tap on the screen and let's create another line, this time horizontal. So again, going over one of the sides and creating this line. Hold it at the end, adjust the angle. If you need to put it to the center, go over the top to edit. When you have it, let's just go and create the ears, the same way as before. Again, you can play around with the position, you can play around with the shapes, with everything. Let's just go and start by creating the triangles. This time, let's make the ears a little bit bigger. Turn the corner on the top into the curve, and when you have the first ear, let's move on to the opposite side and let's do the same thing here. You can start by creating the guiding lines that will help you to find the position. So let's just go and create another horizontal line where we have the intersection. Hold it at the end and we will make a little mark down where we have our first intersection. Now let's just go over the top and we will create another horizontal line. And when we have the second intersection, we will go over the top and we will create another horizontal line that will show us where we need to finish our ear. And when you have all the guiding lines, let's just go and create the triangle that we will use for our ear. If it's hard for you to see the difference between these two sketches, we can do the following. We can go to our magic wand tool over the top left. We can go to hue, saturation, and brightness, and we will go to the slider with hue. Let's just adjust the color here. Find some contrast color, and when you are done, let's just deselect everything by hitting our magic wand tool one more time. When you have this sketch that you have, let's just go and create our little facial features. So firstly, we will go again.
Wait, where's John from again?
In the middle,
I forgot.
From this intersection, we will go to the side.
Isn't John
and
from
we will start creating our eyes. If you want to play around with the shapes of the eyes,
is John from
Czech
Republic?
Let's just go and create the similar shapes that we have for our first sketch. We will go and create the shapes of the circles. Firstly, going over our left side and creating the first eye. You can play around with the position, you can play around with the size,
Poland
you
as
can play
well.
around with everything. Also,
These
if
are
you
not
want to use
the
the
same.
color that you select,
Because I'm trying to make the
sketch,
top the same, but it's
you can go
not.
and invoke the eyedropper tool. To do so, you will need to hold one of your fingers on the screen until you have this little tool. If you move your finger, you will see that you are selecting different colors. And when you have selected the color that you need, you will see it on the top of the tool. You can unhold your finger and you will have this color. When you are done with the color selecting, let's just go.
Portugal? Oh, they're from Portugal?
Why
is it green all of a sudden? What the fuck?
Shape that we had onto our first sketch. We will start by creating a little ellipse. Hold one of your
Sorry, I
fingers
mean, what
on
the frick?
screen
My
to
bad,
snap
my
it to
bad,
a
my
perfect
bad.
circle.
Sorry,
If you
sorry.
Want to adjust the position, if you
What
want
the
to adjust
frick,
size,
man?
go over the top to edit shape. Find a placement that works for you, and when you are satisfied with it, let's just tap on the screen and let's create another element.
Where's
And
color
we will need to
correction?
repeat the
Correction
same
layer,
placement, we will need to repeat
hue and
the same size
saturation,
and the same distance
hue.
from the center. So let's just go over our right side and create a similar shape.
Green.
And the ends, hold one of your fingers, go over the top to
How do
circle.
I
Now let's make
make
sure that
it
it has the
go
same
only
size,
to
so
the
we are just
bottom
moving
one?
it toward our first eye. If we need to adjust it, we are going and adjusting it.
Alright,
When
there.
you're done, let's get it back to the needed place. When you are done with positioning, let's go inside the shape and let's shade it. Now when we have the eyes, let's go and work onto our little snout area. Firstly, we will go right between the eyes and we will create a heart shape onto this area. So we can go and create it in that way. Firstly, we will go over our left side, we will go to this intersection that we have in the center, and we will create an ellipse like that. Hold it at the ends to snap it to a better ellipse if you want. If you need to adjust it, go over the top to edit shape. For example, we can move it more close to our eye. When you have this shape, we can go and create another shape on the opposite side. So we will need to create the same shape, but we will need to mirror it. Let's just go and create another ellipse. Again, hold it at the ends. When you are done, we can go over the top to edit shape. Position it the similar way that we have onto the left. When you are done, we will just go and erase the lines that we don't need. Let's just grab our eraser tool, we will go to the middle part and we will erase everything that we don't need here. Also, we will go over the top
Random is
to
Happy.
connect two shapes together in a smooth way. Again, grab the eraser tool and erase everything that you don't need. And now when you have the area like that, let's go over the top and we will create our little nose. We will start by creating a very soft triangle here. Again, play around with the size, play around with the placement. When you are done, you can go and repeat the same mouth that we have right here, or if you want, we can just end up with a little line like that. When we are done, let's move on under the eyes and we will add our little cheeks there. You can go and repeat the shapes that we had onto our first illustration, or this time maybe you want to add little circles. When you are done, let's move on to the sides and let's add the whiskers. Again, similarly to the first sketch, you can go and create the same shapes that you have on the first illustration. You can add the same amount, or maybe this time, let's just go and create two whiskers.
Fine.
And when you are done with this task, let's just go and work onto this area, because here we have a nasty intersection that we would want to change. Now, we will get back to our layers. We will select our layer that we have on the top, and we will go to our arrow key on the top left, and we will move this shape a little bit to the left or to the right. If you want to adjust the shape in any way, maybe rotate it or find a different placement, you are welcome to do it. And when you are done with this task, we are ready to move on and create another sketch. So let's just go and create another keytail. And one more time, let's continue creating our next cat by going to our layers and creating one more layer. So let's just tap on the plus icon, and if you want to rename this layer, go for it. When we have our new layer, let's just get back to our color palettes and we will select another
When are we
color.
done? I don't know.
This time, let's select the color with the name dark blue. With this color and with our brush, we will go to this shape that we have in the middle and we will turn it into our cat. So again, similarly to all the times we did it before, let's just go and repeat our circle here, doing it just with one line without lifting up our Apple Pencil. Hold your line and the ends. If you need, hold one of your fingers on the screen.
How do you make
adjust
cursive
the size
P?
if you want to. And if you need to adjust it even more, find a different placement or anything, let's go over the top to circle. Find what works for you here. If you want to make it bigger or smaller, you are welcome to do it. If you want to find a different placement, again, go for it. When you are done with the shape, let's just go and adjust it even more by going to our arrow key on the top left, and we will go to the warp option. Now, let's play with the shape of the hat. You can repeat the same thing that you did with the two previous shapes, or here you can play around and find something different. Let's just go and play with the shape. Try to make it even on both sides, and when you are satisfied with the whole shape, let's just go and deselect everything by hitting our arrow key one more time. So now when we have our shape, let's just go and find an approximate center. We will start by creating a vertical line, and then we will go and create a horizontal one. So let's just go and do that. Very easily, the same way as before, just creating one line, holding it at the end, adjusting our angle. If we need to put it more to the center or adjust it even more, we are going over the top to line. Find the position that works for you. When you are done, tap on the screen and continue by creating a horizontal line. When you are done with finding the approximate center, let's just go and create our ears. So firstly, we are going over one side and we are starting by creating little triangles. The same way as before, firstly, let's just go and find the position where we want to start creating our ear. So we will step a little bit from this line that we have in the center, which is horizontal, and we will make a little mark down. When we have it, we will go over the top and we will find the position of the ear here too. So let's just go and add a little mark down on the top. When we have it, we will turn it into a triangle. As always, you can play around with
Because I'm looking down on my tablet, Bones.
with everything. If you want to make it more triangular with the straight lines, you are welcome to do it. If you want to make the lines very soft, again, you are welcome to do it. When you have the first ear, let's move on to the opposite side, and we will need to put another copy here. So again, we will need to find the placement of the ear, and we will need to make it similar to the one that we have over the left side. Let's just go to this little mark down that we have over the left, and we will create a horizontal line going across the whole shape. Try to make it straight, and when you have this intersection right here over the right side, let's put a little mark down. We will do the same thing over the top, so we are going to the intersection that we have between the ear and the head, and from this intersection we will go and create another horizontal line. When you have it, we know where we need to put our ear, but we will also need to find where we need to put the top of the ear. So let's just go to the top and we will create another horizontal line. And now we have everything that we need. Let's just connect the dots and create our second ear. Work onto the connection between the ear and the head. Try to make them very smooth. If you want to add the inner parts of the ears, you are welcome to do it. You don't really need to repeat the shape that you have for the actual ear. If you want to play around and find something different, you are always welcome to do that. When you have your main shape,
Hi, Buners. What did we learn?
And again, we already
Did you guys learn anything today? True. Did you guys learn anything today?
With our facial features. If you want, you can repeat the same faces that you have on your previous illustrations. If you want to play around and find something different, you are welcome to do it. Firstly, let's just go and create our eyes. Again, if you want to play around and find different shapes for your eyes, you are welcome to do it. Let's just go over our left side, and we will start by creating a little ellipse. When you found the position and when you found the size that you like, let's move on to the opposite side and let's repeat this shape. So again, we are going to the similar place, we are going to the same line, and we are trying to keep the distance from the center similar to what we have on the left. Let's just go and create this little shape. When you have it, you can hold your line at the end, you can hold one of your fingers to snap it to a perfectly round circle. And if you want to make sure that you are remaining the same size, we will just unhold everything and we will go over the top to circle. We will move our circle from the right to the left side, we will combine them together and we will see whether we need to adjust it. If everything is alright, we will just get it back. If we need to adjust some parts, we will just go and adjust them. And now let's just put it on the similar distance from the center that we have over the left side. And when you are done, let's just tap on the screen and we will go inside the shape and we will shade it. When you have the eyes, let's just move on to the nose. This time, let's try something different and we will create not a triangle, but a little heart instead of the nose. So firstly, we will go over the left side and we will create a little ellipse like that. It will be tilted toward the left side. When you have this little ellipse, let's move on to the opposite side and we will try to recreate it, but this time we will mirror it, so it will be tilted toward the right side. So basically we are doing similar thing that we had right here, but it will be quite smaller, and we will play around with it when it's ready by going to our selection tool and we will find a different placement for it, and maybe we will make it smaller.
Kitty's drawing kitty.
So when you have the shape that you like, let's
Happy
just go
can't
to
follow
the
instructions.
button.
Hello?
We will go to the free hands
I'm literally
button.
doing
We
it
will
right now.
select this nose that we have created. When only this area is selected, we will go to our transform tool, which is our arrow key on the top left. You can go back to the uniform method and play around with the size and position, or if you want to adjust the shape even more, go back to warp. Play around and find what works for you. It's always good to zoom out your canvas to see at your illustration from the distance, because now if you are looking at it from the distance, you see the whole picture more clearly and it will help you to adjust your elements in accordance with your vision.
I've do the opposite. It's because she's like doing things that I can't do. It doesn't exist in this program.
Let's just move on to the mouth. Let's deselect everything by hitting our S ribbon icon, and when you have your nose, let's just go underneath it and we will create the
Your
similar
first
mouth that we
to
have
40
right here.
hertz monitor
So we will
today.
go to the
Let's
sides and
go.
we will create half of the circles or half of the
I
apples
finished the
instead.
cat and they
Play
did
around
not
with the shape.
because they're
If you
slow,
want to, just hold the
man.
Apple Pencil at the end and go to adjust your shape or
They're
the top to
slow
edit
and-
mode. When you are done with the mouth, let's move on under the eyes and we will add our little cheeks there. Again, play around with the shape. If you want to make a circle, just hold your line and hold one of your fingers. If you want to create an ellipse, just hold your line at the end. Find the position that works for you. Try to make the shapes even on both sides, so when you are creating the second one, go over the top to edit mode, move the shape toward the first one, adjust it if it needed, and then move it back to the needed place. When you are done, let's move on and add some whiskers. Again, we can go and repeat something similar to what we had onto our first illustration or onto our second one, or if you want, we can go right to our little cheeks and from them we can create the whiskers. Play with their amounts and play with their size. And when you are done, let's move on to our last kitten. So again, we are going back to our layers. We will create one more layer and we will select some contrast color.
One
If you
more.
don't have it here into the color palette, if you want to select some other color, you are welcome to go into disc, and here you can select the color very easily. So find the color that you don't already have onto your canvas, select it, and let's move on to creating our next kitty. And again, we are starting by creating a simple circle. Let's just go and repeat the shape that we have onto our scheme. hold your line at the ends, hold one of your fingers on the screen to snap it to a perfectly round circle. If you want to adjust it or if you want to find a different placement, let's go over the top to circle. When you are done finding the placement and adjusting your size of this element, tap on the screen and let's go and adjust it even more. So we are getting back to our transform tool, which is the arrow key on the top left, and we are going under warp. Let's play around and find the shape of the hat. When you found the shape that you like but you want to move it, let's just go back to the uniform method and adjust the placement, rotation, and everything that we want to adjust. Remember that it's always good to overlap one shape over the other shape rather than just touching them in that way. So when you found the position that you like, let's deselect everything by hitting our arrow key. And now we will go inside the shape and we will find an approximate center. So again, you know what we need to do. We will adjust our screen
was
and we will
used
go
to
and create
train
one line which is
AI?
going vertically and one line which is going
Yeah,
horizontally.
honestly, what would
When
it be
you are done
trained for?
finding an approximate center, let's go and add our ears. The same way as before, firstly starting by finding out where we need to start creating our ear. Going over one of the sides, making a little mark down, going over the top and creating another mark down. When you have the place, let's just go and create the ear. You can play around with the shape as always. If you want to make the pointy ears, you are welcome to do it. If you want to make the small ears, again, you are welcome to do it. Find what works for you. When you have the first ear, let's move on to the opposite side and we will repeat it here, but we will mirror it. So again, starting by going to this little mark down that we have over the left side and creating the line going across the whole shape. Make it parallel to the line that you have in the middle and add a little mark down on the side. When you have it, let's go and do the same over the top part. Go into our intersection, creating our line, going to the opposite side, making a little mark down. Going over the top of the ear and creating another line. And when we have all the guiding lines, let's just go and add our little ear. Work onto the connections between the ears.
Hold on, there's too many bottles. There's too many bottles on my desk.
Let's move on to the facial features.
Slatox gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for the gift. I really appreciate that.
Let's just make a very smiley
Big
shape, and we will create an
names.
eye of this shape. When you have the first shape, let's move on to the opposite side and let's repeat it
Multi-speaker
here. Try
text
to
to
put it on the
speech.
same line and try to keep the distance from the center. And when
What does
you
that
have
even
it,
mean?
let's just go and add our nose and little mouth. Firstly, starting from the nose, and again, you can decide what type of the nose you want to add. If you want to work with a triangle, you are welcome to do it. If you want to add a little heart, again, you are welcome
That's
to do
like
it.
AI
Play with the size and
TTS
play
kind of
with
thing?
the placement. If you need to adjust it, go and select the shape by using your S ribbon icon and free hands method. When you have selected it, go to the transform tool, go to the uniform method and play with the position. When you are done, deselect everything by hitting your S ribbon icon. When you have the nose that you like, let's move on and add our little mouth. Let's just go and repeat the shape that we have right here, but maybe we will add some details. So firstly, let's just go to the sides and we will add our little smiley mouth here. Try not to connect this shape of the mouth with your eye. Try to keep a little distance. When you are done with one side, move on to the opposite side and add the same thing. If you want, you can play around and maybe add a little tongue here over the mouth area. So for example, we will go there on the bottom and we will create another shape like that. If you want to leave it as it is right now, you are welcome to do it. If you want to add a little line that will divide our tongue, you are welcome to add it too. Now, when we have these shapes, we are ready to go and add our little cheeks. So again, we are moving underneath our eyes and we are selecting the shape that we want to use for our cheeks, a circle or an ellipse. Find the size and the position that works for you. When you have the first cheek, let's move on to the opposite side.
Text-to-speech program, which ideally would
When
be
you are done
able
with
to
the
replicate
cheeks, move
anyone's
on to the
voice,
sides
not
and
just
add the whiskers.
typically
If
yours.
you want to add some additional elements
Sure.
to your
Go
cats,
for it.
maybe some beautification, some brows,
Go for
or
it,
maybe
go
some
for it.
additional accessories, you are welcome to do it. And when you are done with your cats, we are ready to move on to
And
our additional
a
elements of the soup.
Finished version with the texture.
Let's start making our soup by going to the layers and we will create one more layer. So tapping on the plus icon. If you want to rename this layer, you are welcome to do it. When you have a new layer, let's just go back to our colors and let's select some contrast color that we don't really have onto our canvas right now. You can go to the disk and select the color from here, or if you want to try it out onto the color palette, you are welcome to find something here. So select the color that is contrast, and when you have it, we will need to create the noodles. We will go inside the bowl and
Noodles?
fill all the blank areas that we have into the bowl with the noodles. We can keep it very simple. We can just go and create some kind of this pattern. So we are just repeating the lines and they are just parallel to one another. Or if you want to create something more creative, you can go and find out a different pattern that will work for you. So you are welcome to create anything here, but you need to remember that the noodles, they have some volume. So the number of lines that you need to create the noodle with is 2. The number should be even. Let's just go inside of our bowl and let's find some pattern that will work for our noodles. Also, be brave and overlap some parts of the cats. We will need to make an illusion that
Be brave? Okay.
our cats. there are some kind of bodies inside the bowl, so we will just need to create some pattern with the noodles.
Tesla, thank you for the gift. I bet you didn't know I could do that noise, huh?
Slaytalks gifted Putain Blot a sub. Slaytalks gifted a tier 1 sub to Putain Blot. They have given 56 gift subs in the channel.
Here too. So again, if you want play around with some patterns, find what works for you. If you want to add additional elements, for example, some corn, maybe some onion or the egg, you are welcome to do it. You are welcome to play around with the soup and make something that you would like. So for example, let's move on to this little part that we have over the right side, and we will add some corn. We will be creating it in that way, so we are creating a very soft rectangle, and we will be going above it and we will overlap the shapes in that way. When you are done playing with the noodles, let's just go to this area right here, and we will add one noodle going above the shape of our bowl. Let's just go and create something like that. So just take one noodle that you have onto this area and elongate it by going out from the shape. If you need to grab an eraser tool and erase some additional lines, you are welcome to do it. And when you have the noodles, let's just move on and we will add our little spoon. So again, we are going firstly to our layers. We will create one more layer and we will go and select some contrast color. So for example, we can get back to our color with dark blue. We have this shape for our spoon, but if you want to play around with it and maybe find a different placement, different position, different angle, you are welcome to do it. So for example, let's just go to this area where we have our spoon on the scheme and we will make it a little bit different this time. We will go and create a curve instead of this very straight line, and we will change our angle just a little bit. We are making it just to make everything a little bit more playful. So let's start with something like that, and when you have this guiding line, let's just turn it into the spoon. So basically we are just repeating what we had onto our scheme, but we are following our new guiding line. So let's just stop to the sides and we will repeat this guiding line. You can make it as thick or as thin as you like, or for example, if you don't want to add the spoon, you can end up with creating some sticks. When you have the shape that you like, we can go to our transform tool and maybe play around with the position of these elements. We will go to the uniform method, we can rotate it, we can place it differently, we can just drag it to a different place. It's all up to you. Play around and find what works for your illustration. If you want to adjust it, go to warp and play with
I don't know, man. Noodles, bro.
with your spoon, let's deselect everything by hitting our arrow key, and let's add one more element. We will go straightly to our bowl and we will add some dripping parts. So we will basically go to this area, and from it we will go down and we will create something similar to what we have for our little noodle here that is going outside of our bowl, but this time we will need to go with the direction of the bowl. So let's just go to this line that we have right here for the edge of our bowl, and we will go and create a few lines that are going straightly vertical. Let's just go and create something like that. You can play around with their size, you can play around with the pattern, you can play around with the amount of these little dripping parts. You are welcome to do what you want. If you want to skip this part, you are welcome to do it too. So for example, we will end up with a pattern like that. Let's just go and turn them into the drips. So we will need to do the following. We will need to thicken this line so we can go over the side. We can create another line like that. And on the bottom, we will add a little half of the circle there. So we are creating something like a dripping drop. When we have it, we will go along all of these lines and we will add some thickness and we will make a soft ending to them. Let's just go and very quickly do that. To make it a part of our composition and not some weird lines, let's just go to this part and we will need to connect two drops with a little curve. So this time, let's just go between these two drops and we will create a curve like that. You can hold the line at the end, so you can play around with how you want to make it. Make the smooth connections between this little curve and the dripping lines. So when you have the first one, let's just go and connect all of our little shapes with these curves. You can play around with the angle of these lines, you can play around with their height. You are welcome to do what you need to do. And now we can grab our eraser tool and we can erase these lines. Also, we can go to the top of these dripping lines and we can just move them to the composition and we can just create a lines like that. So this part is going from the bowl. We can just end up with something like that and we will go to the opposite side and we will do the same thing here. So we are just connecting our dripping parts with the bowl. You also can go over the top and you can create a little line to connect this whole shape. And when you are done with this part, we are ready to get back to our layers and we are ready to combine all the layers together. Now take a look at your illustration, and if you don't want to adjust some parts, we are ready to merge them. If you want to adjust them in any way, find different placement for your elements. If you want to adjust the position of them, you are welcome to do it right now before we merged everything together. If you're satisfied, let's just go to our layers and we will put one of our fingers on the layer on the top, and the second finger we will put onto our layer with the first element on the layer that now is called sketch. So when we put our two fingers onto these two layers, we will make a pinch movement. And now we have the whole sketch onto the one layer. And that means that we are ready to move on to our next part where we will start adding the colors. Let's start our coloring part by going to the layers, and firstly we will go to the background color layer and we will change the color of the background. So let's just tap onto this layer and we will go under palette on the bottom and we will select the color with the name background. Now when we have our background color, we can get back to our layers, and if you want, we can go to our layer with the sketch and we can change the opacity of this layer. We will need to go to our N icon, go into our opacity slider and moving the slider toward the left side until we are satisfied with how it looks. When you are done, and if you don't see some details, you are welcome to go to the magic wand tool, go to the hue, saturation and brightness and adjust the values right here. You can play with the hue so you can easily see what's happening onto your canvas, or you can play with brightness and saturation. So for example, that might work for you. If you don't want to use these values, if you are okay with how it were before, you are welcome to
You feel so welcome to do stuff.
With what you have right now under hue, saturation
think
and
that's good.
brightness, you can go again to the magic wand
Is
tool,
that good?
tap on it and deselect everything. So now
I feel like
when
I should
we
be
have our
insulted by
sketch
that.
prepared, we can go again to our opacity slider. If you want to adjust it, go for this slider, adjust it. When we are done with adjusting our sketch, we will need to start by creating one more layer. So let's just tap on the plus icon and straight away we will rename it as bowl. So let's just tap on it and choose rename. We will need to grab this layer and we will need to drag it under our layer with the sketch, so that way we will know where we need to put our details. To do so, we will need to go to our layers, we will need to go to our layer with the bowl. When it is selected, we will hold our Apple Pencil and we will just move it down. When you are done with this task, we will go to our color palettes and we will select the color with the name light yellow orange. When we have this color, we will need to go and change our brush. So we are again going to our brush library. This time we are going under calligraphy folder and we will choose monoline brush. If you want to make your brush more smooth, we can go and adjust one setting. Let's just tap on the brush, and on the left in the brush studio, we will go under stabilization. On the top, you can see that we have the value streamline, and when the amount of streamline is low, our line will follow our natural movement of the hand, and our line will be a little bit jagged. So you can see you have all the control in the world under this line, but it is not that smooth. If you want to adjust it, and if you want to create the smoothest line possible, you can go to the value amount and you can increase it. Now let's just go again to the drawing path and try it out. You can see that you lost some control over the line. It's not moving that fast, but your line is very smooth. So if you want to use this option, go for it. If you want to adjust it to your liking, maybe change the amount, not to maximum, but maybe to 50% or something, you are welcome to do it too. When you are satisfied with the amount of streamline, let's just hit done, and we will go and start recreating the top part of our bowl. So let's just go increase the size of our brush, and just with one line, the same way as before, we will go and create this top ellipse. Let's just go and do that. Hold your line at the ends, adjust the size, adjust the placement. If you need to adjust it even more, go over the top to edit ellipse. Try to repeat the lines that you have onto your sketch, and when you are done, let's just tap on the screen to get away from this mode. For now, we will leave this inside part blank and we will move on to the bottom part. So with the same color, we will go and repeat the line that we have for the bottom part of the bowl. The same way as before, just go in there and just with one line, we will recreate the shape. Hold your line at the end and try to make the smooth connections between the top part and the bottom part. If you need to adjust it, unhold your Apple Pencil and go over the top to edit. And when you are done adjusting your bowl, let's just tap on the screen to get away from the editing mode, and we will go inside this shape of the bowl and we will add the color here. So firstly, let's just get back to our color palette and we will select the color with the name dark blue. When we have this color onto our top right corner, we will just hold it there and we will drag it to the needed place. We are adding the color on the same layer where we have our lines. Now, when you are done, let's just get back to our layers and we will create one more layer, and we will tap on our plus icon. When you have this layer, we will drag it under our bowl and we will need to recreate this little part that we have on the bottom. So let's just rename this layer as bowl bottom. Now, when we have our new layer, let's just get back to our color palette and we will select the color with
Just so much better lines than I do, man.
The size of our brush, and we will just go there, and with one line, we will repeat what we have.
Also using the wrong
part.
brush.
So just go there and create a curve. Hold it at the end, adjust the angle, adjust everything that you want to adjust. If you need to adjust it even more, go over the top to editing modes. If you like how it looks right now, you can leave it as it is. If you want to make the bottom part straight, you can grab an eraser tool and cut this little part. When you are done with this part, let's just move on again to our layers. We will go to our layer with the bowl and we will combine these two layers together. So we are going to the layer with the bowl. When it is selected, we will tap on it and we will choose merge down. Now everything that we have for our bowl is on one layer. How
do I make it like a single size?
Create one more layer. We will tap on the plus icon and we will rename this layer as inside part. Let's just tap on it and choose rename. When we have created a new layer, we won't be able to go and drag the color to the needed place. We will need to do one more thing. We will need to go back to our layer with the bold bottom. We will tap on it and we will choose reference. When we have our layer set as a reference, we can use the lines that we have onto this layer and we can adjust the color on the separate layer. So for example, let's just go to our layer, which is inside bold. We will grab the same color that we have right now and we will drag it to the middle part. And you can see we have added the color on the separate layer, but we are using this shape that we have onto our layer with the bold. That's exactly what we need. Now we will get back to our bold bottom, we will tap on it and we will turn off
I'm falling behind!
And when we are done with the bold, let's continue by creating our first cat. So we are
How do I make it like
to the layers and
not have the
pen
thing?
We will
Pen
create one
pressure.
more layer. So let's just tap on the plus icon and let's rename it as yellow cat. Now when we have this new layer, we are going back to our color palettes and we will select the color with the name
Oh my god,
orange.
thank you.
When you did it, we will go to our cat on the top and we will just go along the lines that we have on the sketch and we will repeat them. So let's just go and very quickly do that. Adjust the size of your brush and when you have the size that you like, go along the lines, use all the methods that we used before. You can just go and hold your line at the end, you can go over the top to adjust it. You don't need to repeat everything with 100% of similarity. All you need to do is to create the closed line. Let's just go and do that. If you need to adjust some parts, just grab an eraser tool and adjust them. Pay more attention to the outside look of your line. When you have your lines, let's just go to our layers and we will hide our layer with the sketch just for 1 second. We will go along our lines and we will check out whether everything is looking fine. If you want to adjust some parts, go and do that. When you are done working on the lines, work a little bit more on the inside parts of the ears because here we will add a different color. When you are satisfied with your lines, let's just go to our top right corner and firstly we will drag the same color to the middle part of our hat. So just go in there and drag in the color. When you are done with this part, let's move on back to our color palette and we will select the color with the name red. Or if you want, you can go to this part that you have for the soup, invoke your eyedropper tool by holding one of your fingers on your screen. When you have the needed color, just unhold your finger and move to the inside part of the ears and drag it to
I'm not ready.
If you want to adjust some parts here, if you feel that maybe you want to soften some lines, go select the color which you want to add and adjust the parts. When you are done with this task, we are getting back to our layers and we will unhide our layer with the sketch. We will go and create one more layer for the facial features of the yellow cat. So let's just go and tap on the plus icon and we will rename this layer as facial features. And now to make everything very clean into our layers, we can either go and create a new group for each of our cats, or we can go to our facial features that we have for this yellow cat and we can clip this layer to a previous one. So you will know that we are creating facial features of this yellow cat onto this layer. To clip the layer to the previous one, we will need to tap on the layer.
I'm giving up, man.
You will see a little arrow that is going to your previous layer. So now let's just go to this layer with our facial features. We will go back to our color palettes and we will select the color with the name dark purple. With this color, we will go and repeat our facial features. So basically we are starting from our eyes. Let's just go and increase the size of our brush and we will put 2 dots for the eyes. If the size of the brush is not enough to put the dots of the size that you have on the sketch, we can do the following. We will go again to our brush library, we will tap onto our monoline brush and we will go under properties. Here you can see we have brush behavior and we have the slider maximum size. You can adjust it to maximum and you will adjust the size of your maximum size of the brush. When you are done with this, just tap on done and continue creating your facial features. And the same way as before, you can use all the tools that we used before. You can create the shape, for example, of a triangle, hold it at the end. If you need to adjust it even more, go over editing to the top. If you have the option triangle here, you can select it. If you don't have the option triangle, you still can choose one of the options that you have over the top and adjust your shape. When you are done with the main facial features, let's just go and add the whiskers. So we will increase the size of our brush and we will go and put our little lines for the whiskers. If you moved your shape of the cat on the left and if you still feel that maybe you need to add the whiskers on the opposite side, you are welcome to go and do that. When you are done with the whiskers, let's go and add our little cheeks. So we will go back to the color palettes and we will change the color. Again, we are using the color with the name red. If it's too intense for you, you can get back to the disc and you can adjust the color from the disc. Let's just go and repeat what we have onto our sketch. When we have our outlines, let's just drag and drop the color inside these objects. And now when we are mostly done with our facial features, let's just go and add little highlights to the eyes. We will go and select the same color that we have for this white outline, so let's just invoke our eyedropper tool by holding one of our fingers on the screen. And when we have the color that we need on the top of the tool, we will unhold our finger and we will go increase the size of our brush. We will go to the top corner on either side and we will put just 1 dot. So for example, let's just start from the left. We will put the dot to the top left quarter. If the size is not enough, you can go and adjust it even more and try it out one more time. And when you have the first highlight, we will go to the opposite eye and we will try to put another highlight on the similar place. So let's just go to the top left quarter and we will try to put our highlights. When we are done, we can get back to our layers and we can hide our layer with the sketch just for 1 second to check out whether everything is okay. If you like how it looks, we are ready to move on and create our next kitty. If you want to adjust some parts, go to the needed layer and adjust them. So for example, let's get back to our layer with the main shape of the cat and we will go to the left side and adjust this little connection between the ear and the main shape of the hat. We will invoke our eyedropper tool, select the color that
What is she
we
even
want, and just
referring
go
to when
there
she
to the
says
side
hat?
and make it smooth. And when you're satisfied with everything here, we will get back to our layers, we will unhide our layer with the sketch and we will go to our layer with facial features and above it we will create another layer. So let's just tap on the plus icon and let's rename this layer as Black Kitty. So let's just get back to our colors, and if you are under disk, let's get back to our color palettes on the bottom and we will select the color with the name dark purple. We will start the same way as before. We are going to our shape of the hat and with one line we will try to recreate the shape. Try to make it smooth and try to make the closed line. When you have the main shape, move on to the ears and create the shape for them. When you have everything you need, let's just get back to our layers. We will hide our layer with the sketch and also we can go to our layer with yellow cat and we can hide it too to see more clearly what we are doing. Now let's work onto our line. Let's make it very smooth and very soft. If you need to adjust some connections, grab the eraser tool and erase it. Work more on the outside parts of your shape. When you are done, let's just drag and drop the color to all these places. Take a look at it one more time. If you need to adjust some places, go and adjust them. When you are done, we are getting back to our layers and we will unhide our layer with the sketch. And when we did it, let's just go and create one more layer where we will add our facial features. So one more time, tapping on the plus icon above our layer with the black cat and let's rename it as facial features again. So we are tapping on the layer and choosing rename. Let's clip this layer to a previous one, so tapping on it and choosing clipping mask. When you have this new layer, we are going back to the color palette and let's start from the light yellow orange color. When you selected this color, we will go to this little snout element and we will recreate it. So again, just grab your brush and create the outline. Make a nice and smooth outline, and when you are ready, just drag and drop the color inside. If you need to check it out without the sketch lines, go back to your layers, hide your layer with the sketch. If you want to adjust it in any way, grab your eraser tool and adjust it. Now let's get back to our layers and we will unhide our layer with the sketch, and when we have it, we will go back to our color palette and select the color with the name orange. When we have the color, we are going back to our slider on the top left. We will adjust the size of the brush so it is similar to the size of the eyes that we have on the sketch. And we will go to these places and we will put our dots. When you did it, let's make it red and we will add the inner part of the eyes by using the same color that we have for the main tube. So let's just go to this color. We will hold one of our fingers here to invoke our eyedropper tool. We will select the same dark purple color, and when we have it, we will get back to our slider on the top left and we will decrease the size of it just a little bit. When we did it, we will go inside of our yellow eyes and we will put another dot here.
Hold on.
Put it right in the
Why does he have so fucking perfect fucking lines? Man. I mean, now it's basically just the same thing over and over. You can also become an artist like me by using Skillshare. Click the code or click the link to get months for free. Thanks to your favorite streamer, HappyThoughts. Da, 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 da. Full screen PS and finish it. I'm pretty done, if I'm honest. I could full screen it, but I don't think I want to finish it. As everything else I usually do. Holy bro. I don't want to talk about it, man. Huh? Oh, I've been drawing on the wrong fucking thing. Gah. Gah. Apparently I had raid later today. I didn't know. I didn't know I had raid later. You have to like the similar. They just have a lot more smoother edges. I guess that comes with experience though. Dun, dun, dun. Or do they actually do this? No, they're like this. Everything's just like super neat. Looking a bit better. In WoW? Yeah. And tomorrow I got a meeting with Mechabellum people. No, Friday I got a meeting with Mechabellum people. Tomorrow I don't know. Tomorrow I think we'll just do some Warcraft. Friday will be... It will be Warcraft, but I'll have to go at like the usual time, so I can't stream for very long. Well, I stream for 4 hours as usual, but that's about all I can do. That's all I can do for you. I choose the most terrible colors I've ever seen. Happy skin on the fortress? What? Tomorrow's the release of Mechabellum, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Mechabellum release. They sent me a code so I can play it. Early access. Whatever. It said early access on the like download. But from the mail it sounded like it's a full release. I guess nowadays that don't really change anything. Early access is usually full release anyway. If only the Fortress was good. AA Fortress is fun. Don't know actually. You know if it's free to play or not? I don't know. Let me check. Let me check on the store page. Update queued. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I mean, so far we don't actually know. Can I play it? Hold on. Am I able to just like queue it up? Or is the servers actually fucked? Login error. Play offline. Oh shit. Register as a streamer. Community challenge. Survival mode. Practice. Testing grounds. Face challenging stages from other players. I guess that's something we should do. Are the test servers down? I don't know. Are they? I'd assume so. Is the sponsored segment over? Well, the funny part is there's no time limit to it. They were just like, yeah, you can decide how long you want to stream. I was like, okay. So yeah, we're giving them 4 hours. I'd say that's enough. I'd say that concludes the sponsored segment, but before then, hold on. Before then, so with Skillshare, you can be like me, doing some personal development, getting some crazy career skills like 3D modeling, geometry nodes, and with this like drawing, you can get a better lifestyle, better habits with it as well. There's a lot of freaking information. You just got here. Can I start over? Goalie, exclamation mark, freaking Skillshare, and right now, click that link and get your month for free. They teach you a bunch of stuff. They can teach you how to draw different styles. They can teach you 3D modeling. They can teach you how to have better habits. They can teach you how to edit videos. I don't know. There's probably music things in there as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got so much. They got so much on there. And with my link, you get 1 month for freaking free. No caveats. For free. God damn. Yeah. We did some Blender stuff. We made a raspberry. We made the raspberry. I kind of want to. If I get the chance to, I want to do UI UX design stuff. Cause I'm interested. Like, unironically, I'm interested in like workflow and like how to make things look good, like UI wise. Cause that's always the struggle. But yeah, that concludes the sponsored segment then. Now I can stop showing off my terrible creation. Oh heck. If I unplug this, is it gonna like freeze the stream again? Ooh. I hope you're doing well though, goalie. Let me see if it fucking crashes again. I'll be back. Whoop, 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 whoop. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Leaving it was much easier than putting it in. Or taking it out was easier than putting it. Now the thing is, they said the entire streaming segment or the entire stream has to be what do you even call it? Safe. Brand safe. Are we safe? I think we're safe, and we're also saying delay's still there though. Yeah, I know. Taking it out is easier than putting it in. Okay, relax. Still brand safe. We gotta still be brand safe. And then start again, easy. But what would we do though after that? That will be another stream. That is true. But what would we do? Dun. You don't know? Do stuff? We can do stuff tomorrow. We can save it for tomorrow. When I actually have time. We got like StarCraft then. We got like StarCraft. We got WoW maybe. WoW. Have I tried the new Overwatch 2 thing? What Overwatch 2 thing? I have not. It doesn't ring a bell. Alright. Well, you're here now and you want free entertainment? You can get some free entertainment tomorrow. Did I put my thing in? No, I didn't. My pen? I need to put in the pen. Bugger. What's up? I think it's about that time. I also before I get like super freaked up, I need to put my browser on the aux again. Guess you'll do it tomorrow then? Thumbs up. We'll do it all tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day and another beginning. We got a lot to do tomorrow. Remember May 17th still? What's happening on the 17th? What's happening on 17th? Yeah, yes. DD2 this week? Darkest Dungeon? Maybe? Probably not. There's a lot being released this week, not dungeon. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had an absolutely amazing time. Hopefully you guys have an amazing evening, morning, night, whatever it is. Hopefully that's super amazing bulk champion for you. V Rising on Wolf server starts. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That is fine. Woo!
Everything was working at the start. I still remember dancing, but you would always dance 2 steps ahead. They always mention falling. I didn't know I'd fall right through your hands.
Bye. Honestly, is the intro and outro? Would that be kinda? I feel like the intro and outro would be considered brand risk, but whatever, it's fine. Surely they can look over it. Surely. But anyways, as always, do remember to stay absolutely amazing like all of you are. And until next time, do 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 do. Da 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 da. Good night.
I can't tell you why. All I know is that I know I feel it deep inside. I couldn't shake this even if I tried. I can't tell you how. Something's telling me that if you walk away right now, we may never know what love is all about. Cannot explain how you make my worries fade away every time you say my name. We'll never know. Oh, no, 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 no. I can't tell you. I can't tell you every rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of street lamps.